Tired.
Well, I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, I didn't think I was gonna be here today.
Put your hand and be right still. We haven't been here long enough to be tired of shit, so.
either.
3 hours in that office.
Oh. Yeah, I'll worry that. Gentlemen, you ready? Good to go? Jim, good to go?
Yes, sir.
You ready? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here this evening. The City of Lake Helen City Commission meeting for June 9th, 2022, time is 7 p.m. Commissioners present are Heather Rutledge, Roger Eckert, Eric Basso, Jim Connell, and myself, Cameron Lane. City Administrator is here and City Attorney is here. And thank you all for being here. I have the distinct pleasure now to introduce Reverend Patrick Lucas from Lake Helen to bring our invitation this evening. Come to the podium, Reverend. And while he's walking to the podium, I will say he was assisting us greatly with the music program at the sunrise service that we had on Easter. And he has an incredibly talented family, and he's an incredibly talented man himself. And thank you for all your assistance that day, and thank you for being here this evening.
Bow our heads. Father God, we begin this day by giving you thanks, Father God, for all that you've done for us, Father. Father, we know that your love, it endures forever, Father God. Oh Lord, you are the source of truth of our existence, Father God, and our joy. Father God, we pray that your power is beyond compare, Father God. We worship you in your wisdom, which is beyond understanding. Father, we can use all of our needs, Father God. So, Father God, we ask that you place the protection around our mayor, Father God, all of our commissioners, Father God. Father God, we ask that your hand be around us today, Father God, and protect us from all hurt, harm, and danger. As we open this meeting, Father God, we pray that we can hear your voice. We ask that your Holy Spirit works and is at work in each and every one of us, Father God, and that you open our ears, Father God, to hear, and our hearts, Father God, to receive your wisdom. Do all, Father God, you've done for us, Father God. These are all things we pray in your mighty and precious name, Father God. Amen.
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 Thank you, Pastor. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any additions, deletions, or modifications to the agenda? Hearing none, that's unusual. Go on to item 5, approval of minutes. Anybody notice anything awry?
Make a motion to accept the minutes.
I have a motion from Commissioner Rutledge, a second from Commissioner Eckert, to approve the minutes. All in favor, say aye.
All right.
Any opposed? I'll abstain. Motion carries unanimously with one abstention. We move on to item 6, presentation to the commission. Proclamation recognizing Juneteenth. Where did that? Oh, I have it. Whereas Juneteenth is the oldest known celebration of the ending of slavery, and whereas on June 19, 1865, the Union Major General Gordon Granger proclaimed that the war had ended and the slaves were free, and whereas that proclamation took place 2.5 years after the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation, which had become official January 1st, 1863. And whereas Juneteenth is a time for celebrating freedom and encouraging self-development and respect for all cultures. And whereas African Americans gather with loved ones and celebrate with prayer, guest speakers, barbecues, parades, dancing, rodeos, fishing, picnics, and baseball. And whereas the state of Texas declared June 19th a legal state holiday in 1980. And since that time, Juneteenth celebrations have been growing across the nation. And whereas the citizens of Lake Helen continue to celebrate mostly in church with family and friends. And now, therefore, the City Commission of the City of Lake Helen hereby recognizes the importance of Juneteenth in our community. In testimony whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and possibly fixed the great seal of the City of Lake Helen in the state of Florida this 9th day of June, 2022. Thank you very much. Item 7. Quasi-judicial hearing, certificate of appropriateness. Is there any ex parte communication?
No, sir.
None? Okay. We have 5 items on the list, none of which have been recommended for denial. Do I have a motion from the commission?
Yeah, I'll make the motion to approve, items A through E.
Have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Rutledge, a second from Commissioner Basso to approve items 7A through E as presented by the Historic Preservation Board. All in favor, or any discussion? Okay, so hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Moving to item 8, consent agenda acceptance of bills paid report. I do have a blue card on the bills to be paid. We'll call you up in a minute, Ms. Mullins. Any comments from commissioners about bills paid?
Yeah, actually, I have one more question that I forgot to ask. And that's why I did not see violence on the last night, or any of the water.
Yeah, 500 is on.
Is it, I was. Yeah.
It should be on there.
That's all I have.
Okay, any other discussion with the commissioners? Ms. Mullins? Please state your name and address for the record.
Jen Mullen, 271 West New York Avenue. I just had a question on the phone bills. I see there's a lot of telecommunications and phone bills on here, like $1,911 we paid last month to $818 to Verizon. And then Spectrum had another $500, Televoice is another $500, CenturyLink is another $110. And then the T-Mobile was for the wells at $10.08. I'm just wondering, that's a high number. And I know that previously in the other commission meetings, they stated that they did away with most of the cell phones and all that stuff. I'm wondering why it's still so high. And why we have so many different avenues of telecommunications. And then I have one more question. The TD Bank and the Lowe's, there's high numbers there and they're not itemized out. So we as constituents, when we get the packets, we don't know what those items are for unless we come and ask for them? Is there a way to have those so that we know what each of the bills are and how the credit cards are put out there?
If you go to the third page on this, and you compare the account numbers,
I did.
it breaks it down and tells you some of it's for operating supplies, PD, operating supplies, I don't know which PR is. Operating supplies from utilities, operating supplies admin, and operating supplies LE.
Great, so anybody would know just what that stuff is?
Well,
I mean, it's a concern because it's not, we don't know where our money is going and where our taxpayer dollars are going. And this has been discussed, the phone bills have been discussed multiple times, and it was brought up, this right here equals like 24 grand a year just in telephone. So that's a lot, and that didn't even include all of the telecommunications.
why aren't we under a group thing with one phone service?
Yeah, there's the Verizon, provides, this communication involves the internet, involves the cell phones, landline phones, and desks, and cell phones. At a different building. We have multiple locations, and we have reduced this moment, dramatically. We had, at one point, we had 50 cell phones. We've done away with all of those. So we have dramatically reduced the number. If anyone, incidentally, ever has any question in the agenda that was distributed for the public, we'll be happy to explain whatever line item is that they want to know about at any time. Right now, we'll have that at the end.
Yeah, I would suggest a straight up email, and then that response then becomes public record, and you can put back into the agenda as well too, to address the citizens' concerns.
If we have an encouragement,
And
absolutely.
inquire that way.
Absolutely.
Okay, we have the expense report approval on the table. Who would like to make a motion? Motion approved.
Second.
A motion from Commissioner Basso, a second from Commissioner Connell to approve the expense report. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That moves us to item 9.
The second question you had, Ms. Mullen, was the lowest credit card charges? Is that the second question? Can we address that then too, please? That was for $2,670.98 for 2 months, March and April.
Materials for the park benches.
Materials for what?
The park bench rebuilding our park benches. Those materials.
Would you like a detailed?
I was more concerned about the phone bills because this is higher, their current phone bills are higher than they were before with the difference on it.
How can you provide some, would you mind stepping back up again? Mayor, thank you for indulging me after we approve this. Can you provide documentation that we're paying more now with less phones than we did a
The
year
bills from
ago?
the previous months that were on the internet, that I had printed, and it just looks like there's way more, like Verizon and all those bills have went higher, and we've added new companies. So for the phone services and stuff, there's like CenturyLink, Televoids, all those different things. And it just seems like there's a lot more per month that we're paying out in telecommunications.
So let's drive that down then, just to address it.
That's both telephone and internet. It's all lumped together in telecommunications.
And the TV for public works too, correct?
And TV services and internet for TV services. We have not added any service in literally since I've been here. If anything, we've reduced the services.
Have you had an increase in rates at all to give Ms. Mullins that impression?
No. Rate increases may have happened, the application, the bills, we get it monthly and sometimes we get 5 weeks in them, sometimes we get 3 weeks in them. But that's the only variation we think of on the list. So again, we've had nothing else, I haven't read it all down.
You know, at your leisure.
Sorry.
Yes, that'd be great. I think it'd be fair to Ms. Mullen and the rest of the public here, since that question was brought up, and I was gonna be as transparent as possible.
We'll do it. And that's easy.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mullen.
Okay, item 9, old business. 2 ordinances amending the comprehensive plan and zoning for the southerly portion of 137 South Euclid. Mr. Administrator?
Before the city attorney reads the ordinances, this particular application for rezoning of our comp plan and rezoning the property comes to a solid property owner, which is the church. And excuse me, which church it is.
Congregation.
Thank you very much. They have asked that the property be rezoned and sell the property as a single family home. To do that, it's not zoning constitutional. They need to have both comp plan and the zoning modified as not the public, which will public hearing of the planning DLBRC. We have advertised, we have one public hearing already on this particular 2 ordinances. This is the second one. This is also being advertised according to state law. And with that, I'll let the city attorney do it.
Mayor, typically, Commissioner, what we do is, I'll read both ordinances, comprehensive plan change and ordinance. You will discuss them together, and then you'll discuss the whole issue, but then vote on them separately. Vote on your comprehensive plan first, and then you vote on your zoning second, okay? Ordinance number 2022-01 by title only for second and final reading. An ordinance of the city of Lake Elm, Florida, amending this comprehensive plan by amending the future land use map, by changing the future land use designation of the property identified herein from public lands PL to single family residence, providing for legislative finding, providing for conflict, providing for severability, providing for clarification, and providing for effectiveness. Ordinance number 2022-2 by title only for second and final reading. An ordinance of the city of Lake Elm, Florida, amending its unified land development regulations by rezoning the property herein described from public lands and institutions PLI to SFR-3, providing for legislative findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for clarification, and providing for effectiveness.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. It has in my notes, in the minutes, not the minutes, excuse me, the agenda, open the public hearing, close the public hearing. Is that a formal action that I need to take? What's that look like?
Yeah, you would say open it up, public comment.
Okay. Well, initially, I will ask the commissioners, do you have any discussion about either of these ordinances?
They've been discussed, this is one reading.
Okay, well, we will open this to the floor, to the public, for comment on either of these ordinances concerning the Congregational Church rezoning what was their, part of their property and moving it out and selling it as a private residence, moving that out. Requires this comp plan change and requires these 2 ordinances to do it properly. Anybody have any comment or questions or anything they want to ask or tell us? Was that vague enough? Wide open enough? Okay. Well, hearing none, I will close the public hearing and I will accept the motion to pass ordinance 2022-01.
So moved.
Second.
A motion from Commissioner Connell, a second from Commissioner Basso to pass ordinance 2022-01. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now need a motion for 2022-2.
Motion to approve, ordinance 2022-2.
A motion from Commissioner Basso, a second from Commissioner Rutledge to approve ordinance number 2022-2. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll ask the question. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
we would like to suggest, there is a $500 fee attached to the actions you just approved that are ordinarily required of the church. We thought it would be, since it is a church in the community, we may wish to waive that fee. That's up to you.
I don't have an issue. Did they ask for, was, are we being,
Are we being generous?
yes?
It was subtly suggested.
I don't have a problem. I have a motion. Motion to waive the fee for $500 to the church.
Second.
A motion from Commissioner Pasco, a second from Commissioner Khan to waive fees to process these ordinances. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Administrator. Item 9B, 3 ordinances providing for changes in the city charter. These ordinances have been publicly noticed and for the required 10-day period. Mr. Administrator, would you like to give a brief preamble?
Just a brief one, Mr. Mayor. These 3 ordinances are results of the charter review committee being appointed, meeting, and coming up with the 3 distinct ordinances that you have before you today. Public discussion and hearing, once already before this particular commission and advertised. And there are 3 distinct actions that are recommended within the ordinances. They deal with technical changes, things that need to be changed by charter simply because they're outdated, they're illegal, they're immoral, or and I'm not sure. And then there is one ordinance that says the city administrator should be given the authority to hire fire, and the second or third ordinance extending the terms of the election member, each member to 2 to 4 years. And those will be voted on separately by the public at general elections, on November 8th. This is the last step that we will take. From here, we transfer it to supervised elections, and we enter on to that ballot for November 8th.
Mr. Attorney, would you like to read these?
Sure. I just want to add one thing. What we did between last meeting and this meeting is we sent the ordinances to the supervisor of elections and staff for review, comments, and stuff like that. She recommended that, and if we looked at the one change is where the question is, it says yes now in favor of amending charter or no opposed to amending charter. Before it was longer. It says yes in favor of amending charter to provide, and it went into the question. She recommended deleting that just for save space. So that's been deleted, that's the between the first reading. So I'll read ordinance 22-03 first. Ordinance number 22-03 by title only for second and final reading. An ordinance of the city of Lake County, Florida, adopted pursuant to Florida statute sections 101.161 and 166.031, setting forth a proposed amendment to the city's charter to be submitted to the voters of the city at the general election on November 8, 2022, providing for ballot summary and ballot title for the proposed amendment, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for simplification, and providing for effective.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Open to the commission for comments or discussion.
Would you, forgive me, I only got part of what you just said a minute ago there, Mr. Simpson. So the supervisor elections office has suggested that we title the ballot summaries out again?
No, when you see the question right now, it says, it has the question, and it says, yes, in favor of amending charter, or no, opposed to amending charter. If you go back to the first reading of the ordinance, it would say, yes, in favor of amending charter to amend to provide, and she recommended just taking all that out, just for shorten it, because if the way this works is if our ballot questions require it to go on for charter amendments, but required to go to another page, we have to pay that out. So she said you might want to condense it just to risk, reduce the risk of having to go to another phase and pay that whole cost of that whole thing.
Thank you.
But there'll be enough information on the ballot for anyone who's.
Yeah, the reason I put that in there is under state law says that the question will be presented and it'll be clearly indicated that a yes vote is in favor of and a no vote is opposed to. So mine was out of like overkill. Like, there's no way somebody could read that and said I was confused. So, but I still think it's clear.
Do I have a motion for approval?
Motion to approve ordinance number 2022-03.
Second. Motion from Commissioner Basso, a second from Commissioner Eckert to approve ordinance number 2022-03. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. City Attorney, would you read ordinance 2022-04?
Ordinance number 2022-04.
Oh, I'm sorry. Before you do that, I did not call for an open public hearing on that ordinance.
I actually didn't want to give you a card.
I did not get a card. I did not hear anyone raise their hand. If any of you have any comments, we will listen and we would even reconsider if we had anything substantive. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. Ordinance number 2022-04 by title only for second and final reading. An ordinance of the city of Lake Ellen, Florida, adopted pursuant to Florida statute section 101.161 and 166.031, setting forth a proposed amendment to the city's charter to be submitted to the voters of the city at the general election on November 8, 2022, providing for the ballot summary and title for the proposed amendment, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for clarification, and providing for effective.
Okay. Commissioners, any comments? I will open the public hearing for ordinance number 2022-04. Any questions or concerns or comments from the public? Hearing none, I'll ask for a motion.
Motion to approve ordinance number 2022-04.
Second. Motion from Commissioner Basso, a second from Commissioner Eckert to approve ordinance number 2022-04. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Mr. City Administrator. Would you introduce or read?
One more. We go one more, read it.
Yes.
Okay, sir. Ordinance number 2022-05 by title only for second and final reading. An ordinance of the city of Lake Ellen, Florida, adopted pursuant to Florida statute sections 101.161 and 166.031, setting forth a proposed amendment to the city's charter to be submitted to the voters of the city at the general election on November 8, 2022, providing for the ballot summary and title for the proposed amendment, providing for conflict, providing for severability, providing for clarification, providing for effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Any comments or concerns or questions from the commission? I will open the public hearing for ordinance number 2022-05. Are there any who would wish to address the commission on this ordinance? Hearing none, I'll close the public portion of this particular meeting and ask for a motion from the commissioners on this ordinance.
One question. Approve 2022-04.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Rutledge, a second from Commissioner Basso to approve ordinance number 2022-05. Any further discussion?
I do have a question. In the name of maintaining budget, how does the operational procedure of something like that happen? In other words, let's say we're into the year 2022, 2023, and we're working on we have a proposed budget, and the administrator decides to hire somebody, and the money's not budgeted for it. Is that something that's allowed or not allowed?
It's not allowed. The budget is the thing that your ultimate authority over how money gets spent here, and the city cannot spend money unless it's budgeted. So they would have to bring back a budget amendment to increase the allowed authorization to spend money for that particular position beyond what's already budgeted. They cannot
If they cannot split it, then it's not.
And also, the city administrator works at the will of the commission. So if they hire, if he, she hires someone that is in whatever,
You're unhappy with it?
gives a black eye to the community, et cetera, we can terminate the administrator.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Further discussion?
Nobody can hear out here, and it's usually only a couple of people, that's not, it's every hall.
It is quiet. I
It is,
noticed that as well.
yeah, we can't, it's like, can y'all talk?
They're on. Is there a,
You want me to?
it's quieter tonight. Is
No,
there a
it's
master volume?
We normally can't hear me and Scott, but now we can't hear y'all, so it's.
Well, I personally can speak up. I know Mr. Connell can.
I thought you said you were tired of hearing.
Well, no one of y'all are hearing me.
Just to make it clear, she asked us to talk about, we're not calling.
Does anything need to be repeated?
So whatever you just discussed recently, if it was beyond the ordinance, to be here.
Now, my question was, during any particular fiscal year, can the city administrator hire somebody that the money has not already been budgeted for? And the answer to that question is no. So, and that's what I wanted to hear, and that's what I thought it was, but I wanted to confirm.
And then your other question was, if the administrator hires somebody that the commission doesn't like, their remedy is to fire the administrator, not.
Well, that's to say the ultimate.
Or if the employee is proven to have, or proven to demonstrate qualities that would be commensurate with working within the city of Lake County, and then finding you responsible for not doing due diligence, maybe that person did a problem. So that's what we're talking about.
It really ultimately what we're talking about, if everybody can hear me, is it's pretty simple. And I want to give everyone's time. You set policies. It's the administrator's job to carry out that policy. That's your budget, that is your land development regulations, your ordinances, your resolutions, including hiring and firing. Everything flows through the administrator. And we're just taking the one last piece that is in our charter that kind of goes through y'all to keep it down through the administrator. So when something's not going good in the city, you have one person to look at. That's the goal. To say, Mr. Administrator, this isn't working. Fix it. Mr. Administrator, we asked you to fix it. You didn't. We got to get an administrator. I mean, that's just how the process works. It's that simple. And you don't have to show good reasons to get an administrator. You just bring it all, say it's time for a change.
Gotcha.
You heard it here first.
I've known it for years. That's not personal.
Stop squirming.
I guess that's true.
That's the way the system's supposed to work.
Yeah.
That is the way the system's supposed to work. There should be accountability, and there is. And that's a good thing.
I'm at risk for everything.
Okay, so we'll call
I think you're right. Didn't you? Yeah, you're on to the item 10A.
okay. Another not thought.
I don't recall a vote for 2022-05. I recall a
I
motion.
don't recall a vote on 2022-05 either.
I recall a motion, so.
Just in case, I will call the question.
Yeah, do that again.
Oh, actually, I'll entertain a motion. Oh, actually, I believe
Heather,
Commissioner Ruppich.
Yes.
Motion, and Commissioner Basso seconded. Approval of 2022-05, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I feel much better now.
Item 10A, Mr. City Administrator, would you like to introduce this, please?
Mr. Mayor, member of the commission, the Historic Preservation Board met this last month, and one of their requests to the commission is that there be a time limit on the length of an approved certificate of appropriateness. Little issues in order for many years, and presumed from the beginning of the process of having Historic Preservation Board. The approved certificates were good from 1 year from the date of approval by the commission. And in 2020, there was an incident in which a homeowner had approval that was longer than a year, the building permit also was longer than a year, both of which had a 1 year lifespan at that time. And they appealed to the commission. The commission then couldn't do anything necessarily with the affordability bill, that's set as extension. But they did suggest, approve, that the certificate of appropriateness have an indefinite life. And that's the way it has been since 2020. The commission, last meeting, said they would like to put a time limit on the viability of those certificates of appropriateness. And there was some discussion as to exactly how long. We had originally, as I said, 12 months and indefinite. And they came to the conclusion of recommending that it be valid for 15 months, 1-5. The third being, if there's not an approved building permit issued by that time, that particular application needs to come back to the commission for review and approval the second time, and then the commission for approval. So that's the request that you reestablish a time limit. Instead of the original 12 months, they suggest this time 15 months. But they have a time limit on the approval rate of the certificate of appropriateness.
How long is a building permit?
12 months.
12 months.
Building permits are good for 6 months, they can be extended for 6 months, and then it depends on inspections.
Passing inspection.
Yeah, you have to pass an inspection every 6 months to keep it valid.
So that was that an explanation then of the 15 months for the COA then to allow for that? Because the permit 6 months, then another 6 months is 12, right? And then another 90 days.
The way it's been worded in here is they just have to get the initial permit issued within 15 months. Not, so you get your building, not the initial building permit within 15 months, and then you've satisfied the requirement. You may go through multiple 6-month renewals of your building permit, but that has nothing to do with your COA. You got 15 months to get your very first building permit.
Yeah.
So as the building permit then is reissued and reissued, at some point in time during that reissuement, the COA is going to have to come back.
No.
Well, I'm misunderstanding. what
Yeah,
I'm
you
reading.
know, your building permit keeps getting renewed every 6 months as long as you follow state law to do that. What they're proposing is that your COA, as long as you get the first building permit
I understand.
within 15 months, you've satisfied it. You're done.
Period. We made the 15 months.
Right. And if you don't get it within the first 15 months, then you have to come back.
I understand that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, that's all right. My personal feeling on this, 12 months is 20 months. Now, I do know that we are in a cycle right now that's unprecedented. And that particular problems that occur from that could be creating a situation where, for this particular point in history, which is unlike anything I've seen since I've been in the construction industry, I would like to see, if we're going to do this, okay, I'd like to see a sunset clause in it, because I think we're just dealing with an unprecedented time. And 12 months normally, from the time you get a certificate of appropriateness to the time you get your building permit, is plenty of time, plenty. So if we want to do it for 15 months, because of the unprecedented time we're in, I would be amenable to that, but let's put sunset clause in.
How long would sunset?
I mean, I doubt it's going to be in this year now, to be perfectly honest with you. Because as they move the interest rates up, this is going to slow down. It's going to be a non-issue.
The first I was, when I was talking to Steve about it, it might be a good idea to bring this back to the ordinance. So it's actually in the code, it says, so people can look it up. If we sunset it, then it goes back to no duration, it's due forever. So, we would have to re-adopt the ordinance if we sunset. So
Then the other thing that I would say is to provide, leave it at 12 months and provide an opportunity for someone to bring the information to the table that says they need another.
That's what I was gonna suggest is go with 12 months and give the administrator the ability to extend it for up to X number of months.
Okay,
And if you go beyond that, then it has to go back to the process.
I don't have a problem with that.
You wanna do 12 months and then 3 months with the administrator, so you have to say 15, but the administrator has to have a good cause. It's showing that they're in good faith pursuing it.
I don't have a problem with that.
And would you agree that we should bring this back as an ordinance? for you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you have a direction?
Have a direction.
You have a direction.
Item 10B, Mr. City Administrator.
As you know, Joe Hammond has resigned from the Volusia County Growth Management Commission. The Growth Management Commission is a fairly important commission that all of the municipalities and the county come together and review any comp plan changes. The staff does most of the work. The commission probably meets only 2 or 3 times a year. And the cities have weighted votes depending on the population. And it doesn't sound like ours is perhaps 1% or less. So it doesn't sound like we have a great deal of something to give. But on the other hand, the larger cities cannot adopt something that the majority of small cities disapprove of. So there is a way for us not to be rewarded or overdoing or whatever. So we do, I don't even sound like it's an adversary, it's very collegial. And we go on quite well. And it's very important to review and make sure people don't, the whole idea is to confine urban sprawl. Suggest better ways to develop the communities and stuff. But we do need a member to be appointed to that particular group. We've advertised it on the website, we put it at you. I'm sure. And we have had no applications, no expressed interest. We're hoping somebody will participate on tonight's discussion. Again, it's perhaps 2 or 3 meetings a year, they meet at night. And it's something that, if you have any sort of interest in municipal planning, this would be an excellent opportunity.
Is this typically someone who's not on this dais?
I'm sorry.
Is this position typically filled?
Yeah, I think there might be a dual office holding issue potentially there.
Oh, there is. Yeah, you got to mention that. This is a limited by the state constitution. None of you can participate, no elected official can participate in the board. So it has to be somebody who is unelected.
So you're advising us to seek our assistance and try and find an individual
That would be
on our
great.
own.
Yes.
So you guys continue your efforts as well.
We are continuing our efforts. As I said, we shouldn't be underrepresented, it sounds like we are just in percentages. So, everybody has an equal voice and needs to speak. And we have a unique position in the county, and I think it's a great deal of interest in keeping that unique position in our cultural lifestyle.
Oh, that's great.
Well, I'll just repeat that to those that are here and anybody that may be listening at home. We need to replace Mr. Joe Hammond, who represented us on the Volusia County Growth Commission. He has retired from that position with our thanks, by the way. We appreciate him having served the city in that position for, I think, quite a few years. And so we need somebody, it can't be anyone on the dais, we need somebody from the community to attend those meetings, to represent us. It's important because once in a while, they may be able to have an opportunity to object and forestall something that would otherwise run over a small city like ours by the big cities. It's unlikely it's a collegial organization, but things like that do happen. When I was on the commission, those many years ago, I served on the MPO board and bicycle and pedestrian subcommittee. I went for 3 or 4 years before finally somebody asked me a question. And, but it mattered. The answer to the question was an important one. I'm an avid cyclist. There was another person on that committee who was an avid cyclist. We answered it, and we answered it right. And it made a difference. They were thinking a different way, and we did make a difference. 3 years sitting there twiddling our thumbs and very boring meetings, but it paid off. So these types of things do matter. Ms. Bishop?
Can it be somebody that's already on the ground, like, you know, nurses or something like that?
Yes, it can. Is my understanding that it can.
I think that as long as there's not, you're not in an office, to be an office, on a point of board, you have to have final decision-making authority for the advisors, so I think that would be okay.
Yeah, Joe served on it while he was on PLDRC.
Yes, he did.
When did they?
Let's,
Do they need to be morning or night?
If you have an interest, I would recommend that you call either Dominique or Lee and get more of the details. You got it all, sorry. Okay, thank you. Moving on, item 10C. Discussion concerning the metering of the bills. Mr. City Administrator, if you would introduce this for us.
I will certainly do that. We have had since, I believe, 2019, an agreement with the bills, which has basically a private water system, buying the water wholesale from the city, distributing to their private mains and hydrants to their roughly 200 residential units in that particular subdivision. There has been of late an issue concerning, let me back up a little bit. The agreement entered into provides that the main meter of 4-inch meter serving the entire subdivision is read in terms of gallons. There are individual meters at all the individual residential units. Those meters are read, and the amount of water consumed by those individual units is subtracted from the master meter total. And we build individual units according to the readings that we have, subtracted from the total master meter, and the balance left is then the responsibility of the village corporate operation. For reasons that we still don't understand, the various attempts to explain them, the balance due from the corporation has continued to escalate in the last number of months, a quarter, and we have had the meter read at various times. It's been tested by Florida Rural Water and found to be accurate, meaning there are no leaks in the system. And that's what they're really testing for. We also know they have the same meters that we have. Their meters, however, were installed in 2019, ours were installed in 2015, and the problem with our meters is the battery runs out way before it should in its lifespan. So we have about a third of our water meters. Go bad, they do not report the flow, they provide the flow through the meter, so everybody has service, so we can tell how much individual meters are consuming in our system. They have, again, meters that are 4 years younger, and so we believe there's only about, of the 200 roughly, only about 4 meters that are malfunctioning in their system, although there probably will be substantially more years go on. We have incidentally, and this is the side of that, but not part of the conversation, we have included in our order of new meters with census the number of meters that could be used at the villas as well as the city, being private buildings have to reimburse the cost, but at least they have the advantage of improved purchase using our purchasing power. And our piggybacking on the sample there. But the immediate problem is the villa corporate believes that an inordinately large amount of water is being billed to them instead of going through the individual submeters. It perhaps could be a leak, but there was a test done by Florida Rural Water that seemed to indicate that there was not a leak. And again, there are a number of ways you can do it and solve the problem. None of them are fast or easy or quick. So my suggestion at this particular juncture is we do, as we have in some other cases, when there's been unusual consumptions, we simply go back to a comparable quarter, a year or two before, and bill just for that amount, until we can put in a new 4-inch meter, or have the 4-inch meter tested. I'm not sure that would still solve the problem. It's a rather strange way that you have to get the master meter number, meet the sub-meters, subtract that number from the master, from the master meter, and then bill that remaining water from the bills, or the bills. So there's a lot of moving parts that go on in the whole thing. But the request of the bills today for reconsideration and for our direction, they wish to remove the master meter. And we would strongly suggest we not do that. The entire calculation, consumption, charge for water, for bills, is all dependent on the master meter calculating the amount of water consumed, right or wrong. But it is the only way we have of determining the bill, either through the corporate or the residents.
From the 4-inch meter, throughout those, who owns the transmission system and the meters?
All the meters, the sub-meters, and the transmission is all owned by bills. And you continue with bills, yes. The only thing we own, and where we stop, is at the 4-inch meter. We own 4-inch meter, we stop there for maintenance and responsibility. We do read the sub-meters, we bill from those meters to the individual properties out there as part of the agreement. But again, we have no responsibility for maintaining meters, fixing each, or any of those things within that private property.
If, to me, I see a couple of different solutions. One of them would be, bill the bills for, whatever goes through the 4-inch meter, and let them individually bill all of the rest of the people in there. That would be one way to fix it. The other way would be to, remove the 4-inch meter, redo the whole transmission line that's through there, because unless you redo the whole line that's in there, you're not gonna find the leak. Or maybe you can do portions of it, especially if you know that there's some stuff in there that's brand new that doesn't need to be done. And then just meter every single thing in there, and then the city should be responsible for it. That's, to me, that's an expense that I'm not, number one, it's not gonna be quick. And, number two, it's not. Otherwise, I don't know how, we go about taking care. I mean, there's a loss there somewhere. And how do you determine, it sounds like to me the loss is south of our jurisdiction and our responsibility. Because if it's either their meters or it's their transmission system that's creating the problem, or it's the meter itself. And you're telling me you checked the meter already and.
Well, the bills have Florida Rural Water testing the flow for, not for a leak, but obviously, and putting outside device on that determined that 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, there was virtually very little, and 1 or 2% flow. There was very little flow, very small, very deep in the system, which was generally acceptable. Now, I think what the corporate individuals will say is they don't trust our meter. And we can't say, without testing it ourselves, we trust the meter. So maybe one of the first steps is we need to pull out that meter, put in the substitute, obviously, during the meantime, set it back in the meter, have it tested, and my guess would be it is accurate. Those meters just don't run fast, if anything, run slow. And have it tested, and we'll at least know that our meter is accurate. And the problem, as you said, is south of that gangway right there. So that's another option. Simply take the meter out, put it in a temporary, the same size, and then set it back in the meter, and have it tested. There's an expense to that. I really can't tell you how much. Given the magnitude of the problem, probably minor.
Right. Well, and that at least determines where the problem is.
Yes.
Okay, because The only way I see the city has an issue with what is going on is if we have a bad meter there. And it is registering more water going through it than anybody else. So,
And I don't know the do, but I can't say they don't. Until we test it. And that's what we could do as an initial first step, certainly. And then just say, well, no, like, there's no problem to that point.
Your first comment about billing just for the 4-inch meter and letting bills do the rest, the one problem I see there is that it is at a commercial rate. Water consumption would all be at a commercial rate.
it probably would, but the upside to us is we don't have to invoice all the people that are in there and collect, et cetera, that would be.
But all of the residents and the villas corporate would be paying at that higher rate. And
Well, it might be a lower rate.
corporate rate is lower than the commercial.
I think the commercial rate would be lower, yeah.
I don't believe it is. I think the commercial rate is higher.
Well, the rate base guy, where you have 200 or whatever it is, individual accounts.
Right.
So you have 200 minimum charges from each resident there. I remember when this happened, the charges, my recollection is that billing at the property line, which is usually typically what we do, we bill at the property line.
Right.
And that's where the meter is. Everything that goes onto the property, that's for the owner to do. So we were billing it with one meter, sent one bill, and the bill was disseminated, however we decided to disseminate it amongst the residents. They asked us to do this shift, and yes, it was more work, but the benefit to the city is now we have all these individual residential accounts, so we actually collected more revenue. So we have more revenue coming in than we did when we were billing under a 4-inch meter. Because you have all these individual minimum deposit, minimum charges, base rate, I guess it's called. And so we actually generated more revenue doing this, but we also have more work. And the one issue I have is when we go to yank out the 4-inch meter just to try to go to those individual unit meters, is that's not how we normally stop the property.
Yeah.
That's where the meter, we don't have the authority to go onto the property line and turn those
That's what I
things.
was getting at.
So in addition to having, I don't even know if it's up to city standards.
Right.
I think Leah told me that the fire hydrant lines are not city standards. They're private on there. So I don't know that it would be feasible for us to bill to the current meters at the individual units, residents, because we don't have legal access. I don't know, that's private property, that's private lines. There would be a lot of work that would have to come in to try to readjust where the property lines are.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I
So
would
there's work there. So if we went back and said, look, we're just gonna build a 4-inch meter, then that would be the way it is. Is my recollection, is the way that was going.
And I understand you were presenting that as one of the potential options,
Yes.
even though it would be the least,
Sometimes you have to talk, sometimes you have to talk about the absurd before you rule it out.
right. Mr. Tipton, would you like to address us?
I would, thank you. Kent Tipton, 711 Avenue, Lincoln, Florida. I didn't make notes on every comment, so I might forget a little bit, but, I want to say, one, that we have communities, or have had communities in California, Connecticut, Minnesota, and other communities in Florida. None of them have a master meter and individual meters. What we have in Lake Helen is atypical or unusual. The other thing is, we know exactly what's wrong, and it's not the 4-inch meter. The 4-inch meter's been checked, it's perfect. The problem is what Lee said earlier, it's those individual meters. I didn't know until tonight that it's a battery. We just knew there was something wrong. I think there may be 5, that's what I heard tonight. So what has been happening, let me say, Tom Gustafson, with the rural, I can't say it.
I have trouble with that.
Yeah. Rural Water Association, We have them test multiple times per year. Levy is fanatical about leaks. There are no leaks in our system. North of our system, the city has a plethora of leaks, but I'll buy everybody in this room a steak dinner if they can find a leak in the village system. We spent, I don't want to say, but more than $50,000 putting the meters in. We found 2 leaks, and we know more than the Rural Water Association about locating leaks. He was amazed that we put, I don't want to take too much time, but we used compressed air to finally locate the leaks. So I just want to emphatically say there are no leaks. And we'll volunteer to have our system tested with the ultrasonic flow meter that Tom has. We can buy one, or we can have theirs done 2-3 times a year, whatever, to make sure we don't have leaks.
Mr. Chief, I don't mean to cut you off, but tell me where you're using the problems.
The individual meters, there's about 5 that aren't showing flow. So the city doesn't know how to, like, what do you do? We gotta fix it, replace the meter, or replace the battery.
Who owns the meter and who's responsible for replacing it?
Me.
Okay.
And I'm happy to do it.
Okay.
Tell me which meters are bad and I'll go fix them. I don't have the data. If the city can let go of the information, or if they can find it, but I think it's not a willingness, it's
Yeah.
software issue.
Is there a way to determine
That's,
which meters are bad?
we can tell each quarter which meters in the bills or out of the bills, are on the bills and minimum. And sometimes that minimum simply means, there are a number of accounts within the bills, for example, where those accounts, the water meter is not hooked up to a mobile home because it needs construction. But there are others that we know, and Lee knows, and she's been working with us, those meters are hooked up to residents as being used. If they have a minimum, or just a minimum bill, we know that meter is not registering flow. And
What we don't know is that there could be a significant leak behind that meter. We've seen significant leaks before, many times, and a significant leak can really skew things. And there's zero way to know that whether that's happening when those meters are not working.
we believe there are right now about 4 meters that have residents in the mobile homes that are not registering flow, meaning they're bad meter. And there will undoubtedly be more as time goes on, because the batteries simply wear out, and that's the defect that is taken off the market for that reason.
I do like the recommendation of going back to a time when we had a fairly stable amount being billed to the bill of corporate. Is that a good way to say that? Sounds weird.
I don't know.
Okay, to Veriport. If we have if we could show a consistency there at some point in time and just build that, we are getting ready to change out everything. That doesn't necessarily address their request to alleviate, or not alleviate, to eliminate the 4-inch meter at the beginning of that system. My understanding is that there are some technicalities as to maintenance of the lines on the other side of that. As far as being under different people's licenses, we've just switched to US Water. We've engaged in some conversations there. I am not conversant enough in this as of yet to opine on it with any real clarity. But if we could in this interim time, and we're probably 4 months away or so from getting our new meters, if we could just, so that's only going to be 1 quarter and then maybe 2. If we could build that at our historic rate, would that be?
I don't want to say yes to that. I have more to say if we
Okay,
take our vote. I believe that we're going to always have problems with the individual meters. Batteries wear out, meters go bad, and right now, the villa is going to have to pay for water that's not the villa's. Becky said to us, don't put meters on your 5 buildings because you'll have the monthly or the quarterly maintenance fee or minimum fee. And it was like $200 or something. And we didn't. Now we have put the meters on, and I want to pay that minimum fee because then we would be like everybody else. Every, building or every consumer of water, like the sewer
And
plant.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm going to. And I understand exactly what you're saying, it makes perfect sense. The problem in my mind, from our point of view, is that then we're responsible for the lines all the way to each of those individual meters.
No,
I don't know how we can
That's
have
the
dual
most-
responsibility. for
that's
those
the
lines.
most crazy thing I've heard. For 49 years, we've been maintaining all the lines on our property. And it starts really before the master meter, but at the master meter, I know where that is. I'll go put a big metal stake in the ground, or we can use my survey for the 40 acres or the 60 acres and say, whatever's on my land, I maintain. The city has access already. The police come in on the roads. We can get a blanket easement. That's smoke screen. And that little paragraph that was written up to you about myriad of complications, I don't agree with any of it. We'll maintain the water lines better than the city's maintaining its lines.
I understand your profession there, or
Okay.
your assertion of
Okay.
that, and I appreciate that, I'm not arguing that. I just don't know how I've been. It was explained to me probably 2 months ago, a potential problem with that as far as whose license is covering the lines that,
I don't understand that sentence at all.
then I will have to find out some more information, because it made sense to me at the time, it really did. I'm not super conversant in all this, I certainly don't understand exactly what water licenses cover and what they don't.
Here's one question, I don't, what is taking the master meter out going to do for you?
Well, let me slice that in two. We can leave a meter there, I don't care.
Okay,
I just don't want to pay for water that I'm not using and the bill is not using.
if the water going through the meter, who should pay for
Everybody in the villa has a meter.
Yeah.
Let's say you have a meter.
it? It's,
Or no, let's take
to me,
these.
answer my question, if you don't mind.
All right?
If the water goes through the meter,
Yes.
onto your property, who should pay for it?
The person that's using the water.
Correct.
And I,
Correct.
no, you're not
No.
letting me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to give you an example because I think it's complicated. Lee lives in the park. Lee has a meter. Lee should pay for the water he uses.
Right.
Now, let me go a little bit further if you'll give me a few extra minutes.
Sure.
Before we put the meters in, nobody cared if the toilets leaked. Nobody cared if they had a leak. We went through our master meter, they paid the rent, everybody's happy. Is water a precious commodity today?
Yes.
The best way we know to conserve water in a community global sense is to put a meter on every home.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, so, now, not only do we have leak detection on every home, so somebody's toilet's not, is running, we know because those meters are smart. Also, I don't mind this concept of a double check. We have a master meter, and then we have 210 or 207 individual meters, and we can compare. The problem is technology. Those individual meters aren't working correctly, so our theory went out the window, and the villa has to pay the bill. Now, I have one more thing. We're gonna expand. The engineer says we should have an 8-inch water main to the new section. Good water line design says loop the water. So I'm gonna have an 8-inch water line coming all the way through, not going through the 4-inch meter.
So the new water coming into the expansion is coming from a different place?
It's coming down Lemon Avenue.
Where's 4-inch meter now?
It branches as a T off of, and I don't remember if it's a 12-inch or an 8-inch, but there's a main coming down Lemon, and there's a T, a 4-inch T that tees off at our entry sign,
Right.
and that's where the 4-inch meter is.
And so how are you gonna hook up to the 8-inch line?
We're gonna take the 8-inch line all the way down Lemon to the new section, and loop all the way back through the park in the back section. So,
Well, let me drop back 5 yards and try and hunt this through the uprights again. My idea was to bill you right now at that consistent older rate, which seems to be okay, to get us through the next couple of months. And that's not just to put it on the back burner and not figure it out. What I want to do is get together with our water people and see what I can find out. It includes you in those conversations as well. You certainly have every right and interest in that. And find a system that works. I believe that we can. It may well be to eliminate that master meter and simply to meter each individual. Mr. Eckert didn't have to.
Well, part of the problem you guys answered yourselves.
What's that?
I said, part of the problem you guys answered yourselves already. You got 4 or 5 bad meters there. When the city does their billing on bad meters, they get the basic charge. Anything over that is what the corporation's paying for. You're trying to eliminate that overage by getting it back to the customer. That requires fixing the meter.
And I have no objection to fixing the meter. I just didn't know this was gonna happen.
And then you're talking about the 80/20 standards on water mains changed over the years. And a 4-inch line is no longer considered a fire service line. It's got to be the larger line, so.
Well, we
it
have-
has to work correctly.
We have a 6-inch system bypasses the meter for the fire hydrants. That's a totally different system.
That was going to be my next question was.
How does that work?
Does that water go through?
There's
that
no meter on that
There's
line.
no meter there.
Because it doesn't get used in case of.
You guys give it to us for free every time we have a fire.
That's a
God
requirement.
We give it to ourselves.
God forbid.
That's a requirement for the fire services, and you cannot have a meter on the fire hydrant.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's perfect. It's an emergency situation. God forbid, we standing in the street and they can't turn on, they make bill. I have no.
So if the city were to do its due diligence to completely and truly ID the 4 or 5 and 3 meters there are, that are non-conforming or underperforming, if those were to be fixed and replaced, even at our expense for that matter, would you still want the master meter removed?
Yeah, because I don't mind paying for the batteries, and I don't mind paying for new meters. I just, and Lee especially, doesn't like to pay for something that's not right.
Well, my only problem with removing the master meter, and even when you go to put the new system in, I would be on the side of making sure that we could be able to cross-check and make sure that whatever we do is going through it. Because we're not responsible for the transmission system, we have no other way to check and see if the water that's actually going there.
That's not correct.
All right,
If we put one of these ultrasonic flow meters on, we can know to the gallon, and it wasn't just a little bit. The ultrasonic meter, it went to 0 multiple times.
So if somebody goes to the line before it gets to the meter at the house and taps into the line and into the water service without any metering whatsoever, how do you detect that?
If it's flowing, if they're stealing the water, the ultrasonic meter will measure it.
It doesn't go through the meter.
The ultrasonic meter, if you take the master meter, we don't have to take it out. I just don't want to get billed. But we attach the ultrasonic meter next to the Mueller meter and leave it on for 24 hours, and it can measure a cup of water that passes through the system. I don't know how, it does it ultrasonically. So there's a guarantee, I'll sign in blood a guarantee.
At this point,
There's
there's not
not
about equipment that I'm not familiar with, and
I wrote a letter to each of you.
I didn't see it.
In the meantime, Mr. Evans, the 8-inch main going into the village expansion, will that have a master meter on it?
Yes, under our present agreement, that would be master meter, yes. I'm assuming, so I prefer the city attorney, but I would think the agreement we have would apply to not only the current bills, but expanded bills too.
It can't have it if there's going to be a fire hydrant.
No. But that is certainly our,
So Commissioner Eckert, you said that the 8-inch main will not have a master meter on it because it's fire hydrants on?
If you have a fire hydrant, the meter, like if you put in a sprinkler system in a business or residence or anything like that, you can use the water line coming in, it goes into the riser on the sprinkler system. They can tap off of that, put a meter to register what the house uses for regular service, but the sprinkler system doesn't. If it flows, the resident ain't getting billed for it.
You can't
So
bring
that's the same thing that they do with the hydrants, you can't have a meter.
This is an atypical, non-standard, I don't know of any municipality ever that has done this concoction. I will say, for this sense of expediency, if you guys want to kick the can down the road a little bit, I'm okay with a month or two, but I would really like some intelligent, brainy, knowledgeable people with common sense to get together with us and figure out a solution. I'm not trying to cheat.
No, I know you're not. I'll say for the record, I've known Mr. Tiffin for a long time, he was a good community member here for a long time. And I respect you and find you to be a man of high integrity. I truly do. And my concern is that we have to, and you understand this, we have to have rules based on not the individuals involved, but we have to have systems that work no matter who's involved. You're asking for a system that puts a substantial number of transmission lines under your control,
There already are, they've been there for 50 years.
but they're on the other side of the meter right now.
We've always been maintaining the same system, so that doesn't change at all.
That doesn't change, but the removal of that meter changes who pays for the water past that.
It's no different than anywhere else in the town. Where in the
Correct,
town?
except
do you
everywhere
have a
else in
double
town,
meter?
we're responsible for the line.
Transmission system.
Right.
Where do we have a double metering system like this?
No,
We don't.
we don't, because
Because
we
because
own the transmission.
because we own the transmission lines and maintain the transmission lines.
So, I wish I could think of a quick analogy. You can't subcontract. I mean, we have outside companies come in. If you have an apartment building, who maintains the water line when it crosses onto the apartment building land and goes to each of the homes or apartments with the individual meters?
Everything on the other side of the meter belongs,
Right,
and we
but
don't meter out.
if you go look at buildings, those individual meters actually cross through the parking lot and go to the building. You don't have all the meters out at the curb. And so it's no different. And I don't understand why we don't understand. I'll maintain every water line on my property.
It also sounds like Mayor and fellow commissioners that I think we should be more centered on what this is going to look like for the expansion. of the-
Well, yeah, absolutely.
And I'm right now, at a loss to fully understand, and I'm enjoying the rest of this conversation. Mr. Pittscomb, when you feel that you've had enough time, of course, we want to make sure that you do feel you have enough time. But I'd like to hear from Mr. Abbott and his defense of the myriad complications which you have indicated would occur. I'd like to hear what those are going to be. So we have an idea of
Right to
what.
rebut that.
Of course.
Yeah, but I'd also like to hear from, this is just for me as a thought leader, an elected official up here, I want to hear as much information and feedback as I can.
And I will say, I'll be the first to admit, as you are in your business, you have way more knowledge of all this than I do. And you've done this numerous times in numerous states, and you know every inch of this and how this works. And I know I don't. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I see a problem that I don't understand how the solution is coming through. And that's my job. I gotta get there before I'm ready to make a motion or entertain a motion as far as how we're gonna do this. And I think we can buy ourselves the time to do that. I want to buy ourselves the time to do that in a way that makes sense. I don't want you to be penalized by broken meters, which everybody in the city is aware of how that's penalized us all. The city's lost significant revenue because of that. You're incurring revenue by the same problem of meters we've got.
And part of what my problem with the system as it is right now, there will always be bad meters.
It's always a possibility, I hear that.
Your other option is to eliminate all the sub meters and just divide up what we're doing, all the residents.
Well, we did that before, but then we had
I understood your.
People that abuse the system.
And with individual meters and the ultrasonic metering, we did discover we had leaks, and we did fix the leaks, and if we only had the master meter, we would have never known.
Right.
So it's not the master meter, it's individual meters with the ultrasonic meter that allow us the capability to find the leaks. And if we want to conserve water, and we want to be fair to the residents, we want to be fair to the villas, everybody sitting in this room, I believe, should not bill on the 4-inch meter.
Mr.
We should do
Chairman,
just,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
we should do just what we do with everybody else in the town, and what every other town in the United States does.
If every single, point of entry into a structure, that requires that you will be paid for, it's taken care of. And there is a 4-inch meter that monitors all the water that goes through, and if the math is the same, okay?
I'm cool with that.
I'm good with that, but to me, to take it out would take away from us, the city, a tool that tells us how much water is going through there and to be able to. Because, go ahead.
I don't mind leaving the meter there for monitoring purposes. I just think it's fair for the villas to have to pay for water that is going through another meter.
Yeah, and I could see where we can get fixing that. I could think once all the.
It will never be. There will always be flaws in meters that fail.
By the same token, the exact same logic you use for metering an individual resident within the villa, because it forces them to take care of their leaks. The exact same logic applies between us and you.
It does.
If you have a leak in your line.
There's two problems here.
Go ahead.
The 4-inch meter is not equal to the ultrasonic meter.
I agree, I understand.
And so if we really want to do this, we should be using an ultrasonic meter. And the other thing is, when we go to the bigger system.
So, excuse me then for a moment, because you just gave me a thought. If we were to make improvements or go to the ultrasonic master meter technology, then that would satisfy you to a certain point. And then you'd still have the issue with the meters, up or down, either way.
Yes, exactly.
And in the meantime, while we get to that point, you'd be willing to go ahead and put this ultrasonic flow meter in service next to this master meter, so we can see when, if it ever reads zero flow.
My suggestion is that on a regular basis, we do that. I'm not sure that those are designed to be 24/7, year after year.
Portable device.
Yeah, this is a portable device here, but I'm just curious if there's, within the industry, if there's a permanent device that's also ultrasonic reading. Your letter states that you would like to have the master meter removed, but that's not what I'm hearing.
Either one. Didn't I say in there remove or not build from?
No, we would like to have the master meter removed. Simple as all I said.
Levy would like to have it removed. I said, I'm okay leaving it as long as we're not going to do it.
Do we know if there's technology like that, or a master meter that would be a full-time ultrasonic zero?
Actually, the new meters we're purchasing, sensors they have no color, mechanical device to record. It is all through passage of ions somehow. So it is a sensory device. It's not a mechanical device to work on. Now, I don't know if they have a sensor that has a 4-inch meter on the same design. I presume they do. Then it would be an all-electronic system. But it's kind of outside of those. That's actually where we're going with our residential meters.
There's a slight.
I think you made a comment earlier when you talked about leaks north of the meter.
Yeah.
And I have no doubt that we have more problems in our transmission system that we own than you have on yours. I have no doubt that. I don't understand how that comment doesn't solidify our position. In other words, are you saying that whatever leaks that the city is encouraging now that we don't get to charge people for, you want that same sort of courtesy?
No, in fact, in this whole conversation, a new thought has come into my mind. If we could get access or technology existed that you guys could tell us which meters are bad and we could go fix them,
Mhm.
then they would match mathematically.
And then it would match.
So this
You
is
would
my-
be getting extra.
This is my
Yes.
very first primary question before this discussion even started. I have 2 points here. And one of them was the number of bad meters at the villas. Do we really know how many there are? Do we know exactly where they are?
Each building cycle, we know how many meters are occupied, residents are occupied, and have no reading flow.
I
We
mean,
know which ones are bad, but we don't know how much water is going through them without being measured.
right, how many of them are?
There, my recollection, there are 4. And we have to take out the ones that are hooked up to, units under construction and things like that. And actually lived in by tenants, usually there are 4 bad meters.
You believe in potentially being verified at that point? I mean, you believe there's 4 or is there
That's,
definitely 4?
that's our quick recollection from the last meter cycle, yes, we actually found.
Okay.
Okay,
I guess the
so
part
far.
that I'm not understanding is, you know the meters that are bad, and why haven't they already been replaced?
They're private property meters, they're not ours.
Well, this is the point too. I'm sorry, go ahead,
Everybody
Rick.
tell me where they are. I'll go find it.
That's what I'm saying, is if we tell Mr. Tickum which meters are bad,
We told them already, we told you 2 months ago.
I'll have to call her.
okay, well, are you personally purchasing your meters from us or from purchasing someplace else?
We've been so far buying them through the city.
Okay. So, can you guys get together maybe tomorrow, or the next day, and share information and get the meters?
We'd be happy to share, anything we have in terms of records are open file. Okay, we'll be happy to share those.
To me, that sounds like step 1 in the process. Because once we do that, then we can decide, you know what, we're registering 99.1% of the water that gets filled out.
One problem that we have had, that's perfect logic, but we have tried, even our finance director, he tried to reconcile the individual meters to the master meter at great length and effort. He tried, and was never able to figure it out. I don't know why. It seems like a basic arithmetic problem, but apparently it wasn't as basic.
Well, I need to dive into that because it seems to me like we're paying X $100 a gallon, then it should be fairly simple.
It
Now,
does sound simple.
If there's a graduated rate system, then I can see where it could be more complicated.
Yeah, in theory, I agree with you. That's why we agreed to it way back. But in reality.
In reality, it's falling apart. There's no doubt that this system is broken. And you have suffered under that some, and we should be good enough to know that the system ain't broken because you broke it.
Yeah.
We are good. We do know that.
Mayor.
So, yes, sir, Mr. Copley.
Mr. Evans. Removal of the master meter would result in a myriad, I'm reading through your letter to us, to Mr. Tickett, that's one dated 5/26/2022, acknowledging the receipt of his letter of May 9th. In your letter, you state that the removal of the master meter would result in a myriad of system complications such as water main ownership. I'm going to pause each one of these points. The water main ownership is us. Is that right? Do I have that right?
I didn't hear part of it.
So removal of the master meter would result in a myriad of system complications. I want to address this for all of us. And a myriad of system complications such as water main ownership.
Right.
We own the main.
Hang on.
They don't.
We owned it up to the former meter.
Okay,
We do not
now,
own
which
the other side.
takes you to the next one then. So it's not really water main ownership. It's not really.
Well, it is because they own on their side, we own on our side.
Right. So there's 2 water main ownerships.
Yeah.
All right, okay, I got that clear. I'm like, easements, I get. Easements get going on property and transmission lines and all that. That is probably something that could be negotiated through. Hang on, Mr. Tipton, this is my turn to talk with Mr. Evans.
Probably the easiest one.
you know, there was certainly things that we could address in the easement. The fire services, et cetera, according to Commissioner Eckert, who I have some value in, because this is his professional job prior to retirement. Sounds like the fire service is not a myriad complication at all, because it's a separate water line.
Yes, and it brought up an interesting point when I heard that a few minutes ago. When we replaced, when we fixed the meter, the flange on the meter was leaking, not the meter was not effective, the flange going into it was leaking and had been for the past 2 years. We finally fixed that, and in doing so, our contract operator at that time flushed the system. And it just struck me, as you mentioned that, he flushed it by opening the fire hydrants. But when he did, he didn't flush the 4-inch meter lines, according to what I just heard, he flushed the 6-inch lines, which were never disturbed.
Oh. So going back to the,
There should be a flush line at the end of that forest somewhere.
Yeah, the biometric just didn't know.
so going back to the 2 water main ownerships there, it seems to me that we also need to address the 8-inch line as well.
Oh, absolutely.
So, and your letter does say that we require a complete renegotiation of our present agreement, which I believe is where we're headed to. And during this period of time to negotiate this negotiation of present agreement, Mr. Timken's willing to give us another 2 or 3 months here to figure out a plan. Perhaps we might exhibit some intelligence in approaching the decision making, with all due respect.
Well,
And so, and I understand the mayor's issue clearly as well too. Because we don't own nothing past our meter. We need to fix that, is I think, or get a better master meter that has your ultrasonic flow, so we can read zeros. And I recall now with your other letter here, the issue years ago when I first came on this commission, that since that dude did not read zero, we had no idea how much money he made, how much water had not been flowing or had not flowing through that, which is a whole nother issue. So anyway, that's where I am on this. You're right. He is too.
we're all
And-
right, and we're
and-
all trying to come up with a good
Well,
solution.
this is what we need to do, is to make the administrator responsible for this. And working with the owner of the property who has experience in this. And then we have to hold the administrator experience along with our attorney and making sure that the agreement favors our ability to help manage in concert with what he's doing in there. I believe would end up with a better system overall.
And we have 2 other assets in play that aren't here in this conversation right now, and that is our city engineer, and also our city water finance director, and also the city water, US Water. That's, we're now in contract with, that's providing a great deal of information to us as well. So we've got some good brains here.
I appreciate you coming in and being available to us, because that's very, very helpful.
And I appreciate you're not screaming at us, because we have had this problem, and it's developed across the city. You're suffering from it, as I said before, and we appreciate your patience with us. We wanted to have a good solution. I understand you're also pointing out that this is the current agreement between the AmeriCorp and us is unusual and untenable. And I appreciate that. The fixing of it that you requested, I see problems with, but that doesn't mean I'm right. I see problems that I can probably be dissuaded by our engineer, by our water people, by you, and coming to a solution. People have done it. We're not reinventing the wheel. We just need to make it work again here for you who are a good citizen of this community, and we will do that. It is my pledge to you. We're putting a whole bunch of money into our water system over the next few months. And the remetering is one small part. That's about a $500,000 project. We're putting in about $6 million worth of additional improvements that we're applying for grants for. So we're investing heavily. This is the time to make it all right.
I agree.
Well, to me, there's two things that I won't be able to live without, no matter what direction we go. And I'm willing to listen to anything that we come up with that satisfies. One of which is wherever our main line crosses the property line, I wouldn't want to do anything without a meter there, so we can always have some other check and balance that is going on. Even if the city owns it and all it is information for us.
Just situational awareness.
Yes, and then we can talk about in our agreement what we want, what we need to do if what gets billed and what goes to the meter don't match. In other words, if it's outside a certain area. So I think that's a good tool for all of us to have. Beyond that, you being responsible for what's on your side, and I agree with you, no matter how good a job any of us do, there's always going to be leaks and always going to be something to get lined up. But we can work with the tolerance. That's not an issue. I don't think we're here today because of this little tolerance. I think we got a wider gap, and that's why we're here. So I think the agreement going forward works. I think continuing to work with you on meters on your side of it, we will get you what you need to do, works, and have a conversation about what are we going to do about the variance. Okay, where is it something that we don't go before? Where is it when we just go to? All of a sudden, it's beyond it. We have a problem. Okay, and it would be great if you came to us and say, hey, we've got a problem. We need to shut it down. We do have to have them there, turn everything off to be able to solve the problem on your side. But for us not to be able to monitor it and us to tell you if you don't notice it, I think would be being negligent to all our taxpayers if we're not doing that piece of monitoring.
Another thing that you brought forward, which opened my eyes to another problem, which is what made me think of our engineer, is the fact that we've endeavored in all the cities to create these loop systems to create a better quality of water where nothing gets stagnant in any line ever. I don't know how in the world you create a loop when you have a single point of entry. So that's a significant, I love video games, tie all the little loops together, make everything work. Can't really make that work. But I imagine that engineers know how to do that, and we just gotta get answers from those.
It's a complex. Complex has their own loop.
Okay, yeah, it's a loop within a complex, or a complex within a loop, or something like that. I'm developing a complex in this conversation. But that's too much information. I do thank you, and I do want to again assure you that you're one of the good neighbors. You certainly are, I appreciate that.
I'm available anytime. I mean, you want to call and look at, like, as you start developing plans going forward, I'll be happy to look at it, to try to have a better understanding and be able to figure out a solution that works for everybody. You're an important part of this community, and I appreciate what you do for us. But the monitoring, I think, is the reason why we have meters. Otherwise, we just pressurize everybody's house and charge them to be in there.
Yeah, I don't want to go around the conversation and lose it much. But that meter only measures like by the hour. And so it doesn't really tell us if we have a leak. The only thing that tells us if we have a leak is the ultrasonic.
Well, I don't understand, somebody needs to explain to me how we have X amount of water going through there, and that meter measures how much water goes through there. And then all the rest of the meters, measure how much water goes in the meter charge. I don't understand how, at the end,
Those can't be good.
others don't be.
What we said earlier,
Yeah.
if those 4 or 5, we don't know exactly how many, but if leak does, right? If those are fixed, the math should balance and we will.
Just like a checkbook. I get my checkbook.
Let's do that right out of the gate.
Okay.
And see where we're at.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
That was one of those eye-opening parts.
Thank you both, by the way.
In discussion with with city staff about that, how even the finance director, working with all those reports from different meters, was unable to come up with anything that balance like a checkbook. To me, it seems so simple. Apparently, it's
Mayor, before we move on to the next item, I have one follow-up question to Mr. Ed. Mr. Ed, do we know, I won't take a lot of time on this unless the rest of the commission does. I mean, at one point in time, along with my notes here, the number of other bad meters throughout the city. Have we truly confirmed that number now as well, too, by this point in time? Do we actually know which ones?
I personally know not the exact number, but the magnitude of the problem. If we ask the town to come down and check the records, you take it out.
So you're-
I say exactly, we also have homes that are abandoned in the city,
Mhm.
not being used, people on snowbirds, and absolutely checking each individual customer, who can give you the order of magnitude, it's fairly close.
Would you say a plus or minus 10% perhaps would give you enough
Right
order of
now,
magnitude?
We have 1,300 customers, not including those, and we have 300 ads.
The reason on my question is, I just want to be sure that as we go forward and replace on the meters, we have an understanding of really what's causing the entire issue. I think we do have a true understanding. I think the understanding of the batteries and what you explained to me earlier today between a 4-year-old, I mean, the 4 years between the production of each unit and right. So that's where my question is going to here. It's to be open, and we have an opportunity to really recreate how we manage our water infrastructure here. And I'm not quite sure how we're going to land that just yet. But I think we're making good moves. We're certainly underneath it all right now. We're not on top of it. I know that, but I do believe that we're making good progress. This conversation with Mr. Titcomb tonight was eye-opening as well too. It helped me understand, the mayor, you guys, Rick, and Commissioner X, you guys know what you're talking about out there for sure. But I just want to be sure that we capture as much of this knowledge as possible. So when we look back on this a couple of years from now, while it got a little messy and maybe it wasn't very pretty, we've got a new water infrastructure that we all have an understanding of how this thing is working. So that's why I'm holding you to the fire on the number of meters. But that's kind of where it started, and I hope that's how it's going to be.
We'll have to get into it, and as you said, with our finance director, with the engineer, with our own staff, and with the difference. This is for us an unusual situation, and I think Ken said it as well.
Indeed.
Never
This is
seen
unusual.
one like it before.
It's nationwide. This is not localized here. I understand that too.
You know, one question I've not answered, you've not asked it, I don't know who initiated the idea of having this agreement. Was it the city or was it the department? And I don't know the next thing.
it's a curiosity more
Yeah,
than.
it's a curiosity. Because right now, this agreement needs to be worked on.
Mm.
So it's almost irrelevant who thought of it first, but it ain't good.
But it's actually part of the deed, is that correct?
No, it comes with the land, it comes with the land, it's not part of the deed.
Okay.
So,
We do have a blue card on this, Ms. Mullins.
I just had a couple. Jim Mullen, 271 West Garrett Avenue. I just had a couple questions. Have these meters that they're saying are bad, have they been manually read? Because even if the batteries are good, the meters themselves can still be manually read. So are the meters that they're saying have dead batteries or battery issues, have they been actually pulled and manually read? And within the system of the villas, do they have a map of where their water lines run? And like a master plan of where their water lines run and where they're tied in and where everything is? Because that's another problem too, is you don't know. We don't know, when we pull that master meter out, that we don't know where their water's going. We could have water lines in the ground anywhere. You guys know, you looked at the water system?
Well, that was my point, maintaining those devices. He said they got an outlet.
So just in general, those water meters can be manually read, even if the batteries are dead. With a flashlight, the lights will come on, there's numbers on there, they can be manually read. Those 15 meters cannot. if they're dead. Some of them can be, but even just because they don't radio read, doesn't mean they can't be, the meter box can't be opened and manually read.
Thank you.
So that's just something to think about.
Is that something you were all aware of, that could be manually
We
read?
manually read every meter last month, like last.
Did you?
And are you finding that
And you should
meters
know the number.
are inoperable and they're not reading properly? Okay.
That's how we know.
Then that's not a battery issue, so it's more than just a battery.
Yeah. Good job.
Okay. So, do you feel like you've had a direction as staff on that?
Yes, you told me to go to work.
We tell you that a lot.
And also, I think it was understood and said that, even though this involves a corporate customer as opposed to an individual resident, that we could use the same principles we did with with solving a problem and fixing a problem without being able to know the exact numbers, how we go about that in a way that works.
And you also suggested we involve the design of the new portion of the bill too into it, so we had at the end, even though part of it is just now a quarterly system.
I hate to open up this can of worms, but how far along in the development, the creation of that development are we? Is that?
We have plenty of time.
Okay.
And once again, all we're talking about is meters. We're talking about going from our system to somebody else's system that they're not responsible for, and we can't control that. We just need to know what's going through there. I think everybody wants to know what's going through there at the end of the day. So, and the right people are built.
Okay, item 10D, proposal to redesign the host website. Mr. City Administrator.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, for some time, we have been exploring options with respect to our website. Our website is based on a free template.
Just saying goodbye to Mr. City.
It's, based on a free template that was provided by anybody, and our website was designed around that. It is difficult to use in terms of plugging things into it. And Dominique is really the expert on this, so you may want to ask her directly, but it doesn't serve the city well in terms of the ease of listing things, removing things, keeping things current, etc. So we started looking at other website designers, and you know there are a ton of them. We've interviewed several, some local. This particular firm we talked with, and I believe we want to recommend to you, is not a local firm, but they service 5,500 municipalities and counties across the United States. This is one of their main products. But it is, they have 4 basic templates to work from. And we looked at all of the examples. There were 2 from each template in Florida. And we looked at all of them, the ease of operation, the depth of knowledge they present to citizens, etc. And usually the base unit, which is, it's called the base template, is the one we're recommending to you this evening. It is used by Melbourne, their closest neighborhood in Hazard. Their most impressive template is actually used by the city of Miami. But I would not recommend that one. Anyway, it's something that we believe will really allow us to be a distributor of information to our citizens. Right now, I think it's fair to say, I don't know if the others would agree with me or not, but the website, our website is the second choice if somebody wants to know about something in the city. They'll usually go to Facebook or they call a friend instead of going to our website. It just doesn't paint a good picture of us as a technologically advanced community. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make that website responsive on a fairly immediate basis or anything newsworthy. things that are happening, did happen, being able to communicate with our residents, you can simply go to the website. You're not used to doing that now, and I don't blame them. It is, quite frankly, it's confusing to me, and that's why to find forms on it, and not under the headings that I would logically believe there should be under. And one of the advantages of the firm like we're recommending, is they have done so many of these, and so many examples, and so many surveys of citizens, they know what citizens will ask for in terms of what they're looking for. They'll know how they'll ask for it, and how they'll ask the question. And so it comes up, it's been listed under that particular appropriate heading, which we may not think is the right one, but they know that's what the citizen will actually go to first in terms of trying to find something. There is an expense involved, and it's $7,500 for the initial setup, and an ongoing basis starts over a 5-year period, so approximately $5,000 and go up to 4,200, excuse me, and go up to 5,000 in terms of annual maintenance. Let's see. And I see blank faces, scares.
Guilty?
If I can have input in.
I'd love to, because I'm going to defer to my colleagues. That's their understanding, so.
This is one of the many corporate emails that we get to the city from the different city events and everything we go to. This is one of them. And it just happened that this came across my email at the time when they were discussing all the problems that they were having on the website of the city. So I reached out to them and asked them what they had. And they sent me a sample, and I went through it. It looked pretty impressive and everything. I believe it was Kelly that I was talking to. And he said, well, you know, can we go ahead and I said, well, I'm only 1/5 of the group that can do anything. But I can put you through to our administrator and your wife Teresa, who's been working on the program, and if you can find out from them what they're looking for and see what you can do. And that's when I turned it over to Lee, and it's gone this far so far. Appreciate that.
How much input do we have in the theme? Do you know yet?
Most of you have enough.
In the theme of the web pages and the sites? I did what Roger did, and I noticed the same bylines. And I'm just going through a couple of websites in your email, or in the email from Ellie, and actually going through the sites now, than I did before the meeting. So they are, but there's every one of them so far has had different themes. So I'm just kind of curious how much input's going to come from what kind of, well, us, but from feedback from the end users as well too. I mean, so and if the costs are reasonable, when you look at the average cost of a web page is about $100, and the package says they're going to include 50 migrated pages. That should give us more than enough data fields to provide those levels of services that the website does now, but it takes a while to get to. That's what I'm curious about. Perhaps we could, rather than make a decision right here and there, could we ask the representative to come in? Or is this something you're trying to get done quickly?
No, it's the website, the website we have now for years. We would like to change it, but it's certainly not critical now.
Or should we, I have a few more questions to it that I think the city administrator could address without taking up time in the meeting tonight. So I'm happy to submit some questions to you, specific questions over it. The representative doesn't have to have a visitation perhaps.
We had probably about 4 hours of Zoom call time with them on every aspect of it. And we were very impressed. Not only we went through, not only looked at the websites of the 10 submissions of the various cities.
Yeah, they're nice. They're really nice sites.
Yeah, and again, it was laid out, when I was interested in the layout, the simplicity, for somebody who really doesn't know the city, coming for the first time, or the first time to the website, how do you go to where you want to go to? And it has a pattern right across it. What do you want to do? And that's the first question to ask, and then give you a whole bunch of options, kind of narrow it down where you want to go. So it's very user friendly, as opposed to going in now, which is, unless you really know the thinking of the person who put the information into the website, you really don't know where that information is. So it's much easier to find than you can find, because of their experience doing these things and in a particular way that is designed to react.
I have one follow-up.
We can have that next meeting, with no question. Again, if we've had one, we have. I think this is a really good website, but there's nothing critical that says, that we're not meeting and doing it.
I would, I appreciate your graciousness in that. I would prefer to not delay you yet another month on this process. I think you've got momentum going. I do understand why we want to be read in and brought up to speed on everything, but
Kind of curious.
I think it's more of a staff thing that they're having to do the work.
You can do that too.
Well,
There's a template library, I'm sure, that this company will provide to you guys. Template and theme library, live incorporation, local pictures, local activities, yada, yada, yada. Mr. Simpson, they've included their paperwork, just the basic T&Cs. With this, we wouldn't be operating under their T&Cs. I mean, we'd be operating under another joint agreement, I suppose. It's just classic terms, boilerplate terms and conditions.
I haven't seen the proposals yet. Are they-
No worries.
is it, we piggyback it another bit, or we just, we're piggybacking another bit? So if we piggyback another bit, we're piggybacking a bit, we have to follow the word.
Yeah, we're piggybacking on the bid, but, so that affects the terms and conditions from the vendor?
There may be some things that will change, like venue, things like that, but if we're piggybacking, we need to follow pretty closely to the agreement that, we're piggybacking.
Okay. These are terms of conditions of the use, it appears here, to billing frequencies, lapse in payments, and they certify they won't sell, retain use, all the classic disclaimers. Okay. So far, so good. Yeah, I'm down with that. Sure.
well, I would love to entertain a motion to approve the proposal of Granicus for website design. Is there a motion coming forward? Of course.
How long does this process take?
How long
How long does the process take to crash the site?
we actually put this together and go live? I would estimate 30 days. It really depends how quickly we work with it, how quickly they respond to it. But the initial one, I think 30 days would be live.
And this is a 5-year agreement, folks, just so you know.
Do the annual fees look right to you?
The annual fee goes from 4,200 to 5,000 or 550.
Yeah, this is essentially a small business website. With 50 migrated pages. They're normally between 38 to 45 to 55, so we're in that ballpark.
And any minor changes that you happen, such as that's being canceled, et cetera, that are on our site, who handles that? That we handle internally, or all updates, all the efforts.
Jim, as your comments, you want to wait for answers, submit some questions for answers before we did any approval on it?
I'm going to defer to the will of the commission. Thank you for asking. But there'll be plenty of other opportunity to bitch, whine, and moan, and complain.
But, I mean, I'd like to see all the questions get answered before we sit down and actually.
That would be my only
We
concern.
can hold off approving it for another month while we get everything answered.
Quite honestly, I would like that. That would be the only reason, because I just didn't have enough time to do all my due diligence on this. This is kind of an alley in a way, so it's.
And I understand that. my flip side of that coin, and that's all it is, I'm not trying to be argumentative,
Oh, I know.
is that, this is such a well-established company,
Yes,
and and we're pretty normal.
it's got great credibility.
Yeah.
And, you know, we're not near as big as Venice.
And while it is a 5-year agreement, like I'm sure with every agreement, there's a severability clause.
Yeah, we don't have the true agreement yet. We
I
haven't seen
understand
that
it.
yet.
But historically, every agreement I've ever looked at has a 30-day severance.
I've got enough information here, Roger, and then we can certainly, as it progresses, I'm sure we'll get reports on it. Will we have some type of, I mean, if you get to go ahead tonight and all that, are we going to see some type of feedback as this is implemented and some type of communication between Granicus and, is that how you pronounce it, Granicus? Between them and us, and so will there be further input, public input and our input as this thing gets built?
You know, I want to maybe extend that 30 days to 60 days, we've already had good feedback and discussion, but, yeah, it will allow us then to start implementing.
Yeah, so I was trying to,
Everything that goes on.
I was going through here and seeing what they, this is just boilerplate marketing right here, so, they don't tell us truly how long it's gonna take to be
No,
implemented
every, you know, city line, probably 50 years. And if you want to shuffle, we have a very stuff. I'm sorry.
Is this a budgeted item or is it going to be part of our plans
No, it's the art, we're not proposing anything for art. You can allocate them as you like, but we're not suggesting the, general service. It's a relatively small number.
Present website is a WordPress website, is that what it is? It's free right now. And do you, are you the administrator, are you the webpage administrator, Dominique?
Partly, yeah.
Mostly you do some of the designing within the limited parameters they provide you?
That was, I inherited that.
You inherited the
Yes.
design portion?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a reasonable expense, it's just something we've never. One point in time, we had this discussion prior to earlier commissions that, you know, we needed to migrate to another website. A couple of volunteers decided to go through WordPress. And it's common, you know, but it's very limited what can be done, and they're pre-staged platforms, pre-staged links, and not a whole lot of manipulation you can do it to really customize it for a user. More designed for informational purposes only, and hey, look at me, kind of stuff, you know. Right? But it's a reasonable expense. You know, we pay up to $10,000 to $15,000 per branch location per month.
I will say, in one of the League of Cities meetings, or League of Mayors, I'm not sure which it was, they had a webinar about information, transmitting information from your city to the public, websites, Facebook pages, social media, across the board. And it was interesting in that they were trying to teach cities how to do this better. That's why I was there for 3 hours, I think it was. Felt like 3 hours, might have only been 1. But I finally actually asked the question, you know, well, how many people do you have, this city that was presenting the information, how many people do you have working on this? And their department was like 8 people, just on social media, basically. And we don't have, you know, that many in City Hall, you know, much less anybody who spends hundreds of their time.
Yeah, you need full time.
And we need, I believe, the support of a company like this to move forward. With this, the freeware, while it's great, like I say, it allows you to stand up and say, hey, look at me, it doesn't really give you any support. And we need that. I think we need to take that next step.
It said there are 2, you had the discussion so far with the company, and they're providing you at least, I read it here somewhere, at least 1 customizable training session for this. And then the on-site support for administrative issues and random changes and it's not so much website support as it is website control. You know, we're so far, and you're shaking your head, you feel, okay, all right, okay, I trust you.
So do we want to go ahead on this, Commissioner? Or do we want to, well, I'll need a motion.
I'll go ahead and make that motion. Yep, I'll go ahead and make a motion to
I have a motion from Commissioner
Approve the
Thomas,
web.
second from Commissioner Eckert to approve the proposal of Granicus for website design and maintenance. Any discussion? We've had quite a bit, but any discussion from the days?
include it into the budget.
I do have somebody who's raising their hand. If you would, please come up.
This is Craig Avenue. I just want to know that in this agreement, I know we piggyback on it already with Dorman. Is there an escape clause? We have 5 years, and if you're not happy with, you know, the maintenance services every year or two, is there an escape clause? Can we get out of this? Or
We just discussed it up here, and we'll put it in the escape clause in.
I'm sure there is one, and if not, we will make sure there is before we enter into it.
We always have the famous one, we don't fund it, it cannot be famous. Because you are a senior funder.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
That's all right.
Let's not move that, we're on there in a few minutes. Have a motion and a second to approve the proposal with Granicus. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, and thank you for bringing that to us and moving forward on that.
I'd still like to see some questions if I may.
Very reasonable. 10E, Mr. City Administrator, hiring of new employees.
Yes. On the agenda, it does say one employee, I would like to suggest 2 employees. I need to give you a video explanation here. As you know, as a preamble, hiring individuals is very, very difficult in today's economy. I talked to Commissioner Basso, and we expect it to be better perhaps a year, but right now it's very difficult. And particularly to get good people. And we have, on occasion, hired individuals that have not worked out in the community, doesn't mean they're bad people. Just means they didn't do well with our team. And we want to have 5 people on our public works team. And there's just no room for renegades or those who want to do it their own way or whatever. So we've had to go through a number of personnel changes. As I mentioned to somebody, you know, wired communities, when you have a situation like that, you'll transfer the individual to another department and you'll say we need to expand our hiring here and go ahead and solve the problem, which is simply to say thank you very much for your return, replace them with another one. I mentioned also to somebody today, you really don't have a good idea of that person's capabilities or attitude or talents until you really have them on board for perhaps 30 to 60 days. You can be fooled in any interview, no matter how long you want to interview somebody. When you first see them on the work situation, you have a much better idea what they're like. So with that preamble, I will tell you that we've had 2 brand new positions open up. They're already put in the commission, they're already funded, they are not vacant, and we want to go through and replace them. There's a third that is also presently vacant, but it has a different issue that I know some people are concerned about. So I'm going to do the first 2. The first 2 are general public works employees, starting salary of $17 an hour, which is our minimum. We think they're very good contributor to the team. One of them, I will just say for Roger's benefit, is his son-in-law. But I will also tell you very directly, he had absolutely nothing to comment about this person, good or bad. So I want anybody under the impression that we're hiring Roger's son-in-law because he's the son-in-law. We're hiring because we think he's going to be a good addition to the team. And as I said, Roger's had no conversations with me about any aspect of that particular matter. The city attorney would like to, he's probably going to have to, abstain from voting. So we suggest that we vote on these individuals individually. So other than that, I would have to vote, no on all three of them, but otherwise we would vote on two, but not the third. And then abstaining on the third. The first two are fairly easy to explain, they're both young individuals. We have, also the other day, we really advertise for positions. We have advertised for almost two in the face. We advertise in the town newspaper, in the people newspaper, and we advertise in the computer, Indeed. The newspapers necessarily are not cheap. We were paying almost $500 an ad for employees, and we got absolutely no applications. Very discouraged. We've had it on the bulletin board for at least a month out front, public works vacancies. And we really, I don't think they do get rid of one thing right now. The ones we're talking about today are ones that we've had in the file as good people, and we're now bringing it to the forefront and we have vacancies. So, those are the two, I would say, easy applications and easy decisions. The third one is we have an individual who he left the city after 17 years, and we asked him to come back and help us during our time of need. He did, and we're very grateful for that. He also brought back his request that he not work full-time, part-time only. He didn't want to use the emergency phone. I'm not saying, he didn't want to be on call, that was not something he wanted to participate in. And the best way I can describe him, because he's a good guy, is he said a bunch to eat a different run. So we said to him that we really do need a full-time person, and he understood. For that individual, we are recommending to you an individual who is related to a current employee, actually two current employees, same extended family. But over 1 year's experience, there's ways that you can hire people, and that is you can advertise, you get all the applications, you go through all the interviews, and you still don't really have a good read on these people for 30 to 60 days. What I have tried to do in the past, and I did in this case, is I asked an individual who is an excellent employee in the community, who would you recommend? And the individual spoke to her husband, and he was looking for a position because of the spring benefits of retirement. He doesn't have now. The pay we're discussing is $21.50 an hour. That's actually a cut from what he's making now. But he is willing to join us. The gentleman is a former Navy aircraft mechanic. He knows hydraulics, he knows electrical, he knows air conditioning, he currently installs air conditioning. He knows sheet metal work, and we think he'd be an excellent person coming to the staff. So we're recommending those three individuals, choose what I would call relatively simple decisions. The third being a little more complex in terms of the higher salary. We believe all three of them would be excellent for the city, and we would recommend all three of them. Again, all positions are already established, are already funded, even at the level of 2150. So, any questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes.
Did we advertise this position on our website?
I'm sorry.
Did we advertise this on our website?
You did advertise on the website?
Thank you.
We advertised, the only thing we haven't done, I think, is pass out flyers. But it's, and we did have some applicants, but they were, we just rejected. So, we get one, we don't, I hope this is a established policy of the city, but we don't hire convicted felons. And we have convicted felons apply. And in one case, the driver's license. It's a difficult design to do. So, we're not just recommending these people because, we're at the bottom of there, these are good people, we think they'll be good assets, and we're excited about having them join us. Even if they don't work out, in the past, we have suggested that they do better elsewhere and resign, then we try to replace it. Yeah. And I mentioned to some of you, being a very small workforce, 5 workers, we don't have the luxury of having an outlet, we can do their own thing in their own way. We have to have a team effort. It's the only way we're going to get it done. We can't just have somebody decide they're not going to do this, they're not going to do that. And it is not easy. We perhaps hired and suggested they leave probably 4 or 5 people since I don't know.
Any additional discussion or questions? Dave? I do have some blue cards. Ms. Bishop, you had put in a blue card?
Yeah, do I have to go first?
No? Yes, actually. I'm sorry.
I was shooting from the hip tonight because I'm not prepared. So, I just have a couple of concerns with the employee for 2150 an hour. That seems a little excessive to start. We don't even have a police officer that's running an hour, to start. And there, he has no certifications. He might have a lot of experience, but there's no certification. I happen to know for a fact that we have an application in the office that has at least 3 certifications that wasn't even considered because someone did not look at the application. As far as someone having experience to work on AC units and stuff, you really have to have a certification for that. You can't have an AC unit installed in your house without a permit and an inspection. So you can't just hire somebody when they have personal experience on this. They can't come and work with air conditioning units in the buildings and say, okay, we're all good to go. And I know there's another applicant that they're considering tonight that has supervisor experience. He has heavy equipment experience that would be very applicable to the job that he's being hired for or considered for. And so I don't have a problem with the 2150, but let's just make it equal. I mean, this other gentleman has experience that I believe he should get 2150 the same as the other gentleman that has experience. Starting someone out at the top is a lot easier to add than it is to subtract. Because if you start at 2150, how do you say, oh, well, that's really not going to work out? You didn't have the experience that you thought you did, but that came back down $17 an hour. That ain't going to work at all. So, I guess for my notes, I think that's about it. I just want to fair possible for the amount of experience that's on the house.
The next blue card is from Kelly McNally. If you could, when you get to the podium, state your name and address.
Hi, Kelly McNally, 220 West New York. I just have some questions about the same thing with hiring. I was here several months ago where we put in an application for maintenance and somebody was hired as a family member and he was hired for the mowing and stuff. So right before Memorial Day, I take a ride around town. I'm in the yard zone. City Hall had weeds up to my knees. And then we had volunteers doing all the mowing. Where was our mowers? Where were the people that we hired? What happened? I'm asking you.
I understand. We don't generally, it's really a question and answer period, it's a public comment period. So, I mean.
Well, if I'm paying
If I have
taxes and
a
I'm hiring,
great
you guys hire people to do it, but volunteers are going out to do it, and plus the city itself, City Hall, the grass was extremely high. I mean, buildings are cracked.
If you'd like to respond.
I will, because the nice lady, presented a genuine problem we had. We had the auto show, on Memorial Day, the left block was not cut, and volunteers, which we're very grateful for, actually, did the cutting on Sunday afternoon. And I think one of the volunteers, you see behind me, is going to address it. But it was a general problem, it was a real problem, it's not something that we hope to ever report.
But if we have city employees, why aren't they doing their job?
Well, because they are doing their job, the problem is, there's more job than people.
Well, then you sub out, that's what it was done before,
I
and it was
absolutely
always
agree with
done
you.
prior to the event.
I absolutely agree with you, and one of the makers tonight, one of our attempts to sub out is not going well at all. So we can't control that, that's even worse. But it is a problem, it might affect your heat, and once we get a stabilized crew, I think we'll be able to do that. There's other ideas I have on grass cutting. You know, if you have a 20 to 50 for a grass cutter in the summer, that's expensive. And you can do it on contract, much less expensive. So one of the reasons we cut the number of people down is not as many. We just haven't gotten to the point where we have either for grass cutter. Again, that's probably.
They're more than grass cutters, they're landscapers, they take care of the properties,
Well,
just so you know.
well, that's fine, but they also do it much less expensively, from my experience, than our people who, be out there on gas more.
In partial response to your question, is we are here tonight to hire an additional 3 people in current fill positions to make things work better. Surely,
Okay, so
surely
then
we
I
have-
wanna go to how come all the positions aren't advertised on the website? That's how people look at things through a calendar, when he goes to the building, because it's not open.
Well, we have advertised on the website and in the newspaper.
For some, and I've done it that way too. So are all the positions done that way now?
Some of them are, some are not, because we simply have the opportunity to hire somebody with a vacancy, that's not on a vacancy. So, we're not trying to exclude anybody, it's just that experience with advertising has been so poor, that it's almost a waste of our time, and certainly money, to put out there notices. Nobody, the public works ones have been there a month in the front on Marquee. You kind of have one person in the, on that, so we do advertise. We take walk-ins, if anybody just simply walks in and says, you have any positions on, we take walk-ins. Anyway.
How many applicants do you look at for like each position? Do you just, okay, for the son-in-law that you hired, or whatever the family member is, did you look at just him, or did you look at other people as well?
We look at every application we get.
Well, that wouldn't be true.
Pardon?
That wouldn't be true.
Right.
Because when we put in an application before, nobody was looked at, the guy was hired, Sharon's husband. And everybody was dumbfounded looking up there, because they did this the last time.
Let me say, we look at every application, we don't interview everybody, because some simply reject, based on the resume and the application. We do interview those who think that the potential will be viable, but we don't interview everybody. So we do read every application.
I'm gonna show you an application, I'll drop it off tomorrow, you let me know why we weren't called, okay?
I'm happy to.
That'd be fine.
Thank
I'm good.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. The last blue card I have is Paula Smith.
Paulette Smith, 840 West Supply Road, Lake Helen. I was not question time, but I have 2 things Is it in writing that y'all don't hire convicted felons? Is that in your bylaws, Lake Helen City bylaws, or is it something that somebody can go look at?
If there's any place that would have, I believe it would be in the policy.
It's in the job
Yeah,
description. It's in the job
policy to see what the policies say.
Okay. Okay, suppose somebody is 50 years old, they got in trouble when they were 17, became a convicted felon, and served their time, did a probation or whatever. And they work for another city for 15 years, and they applied at Lake Helen. Are you gonna hold them responsible for something they did when they were 17? You don't believe in second chances?
That's a very reasonable question, and as stated, certainly, I understand your point. Do you want to address that, or?
I have Ms. Smith and I had a conversation, and she brings up a good point. In the policy, we don't hire convicted felons, but we also don't know what that felon is for. And, you know, I think that the difference between 17 and 50 is the reasonable period of time to be able to explore the life of that individual after the conviction. And I would certainly like to review that application if that individual wants to submit it, but it would certainly have to take the understanding of the commission into actually the final agreement authority. But I think, again, what was the crime, what was the punishment, what was the history since that particular time, what's the work history with another city, lots of things that have to look at, what are recommended individuals who have references, what they think the individual is circumstantial. If there's, what that does with having such a tremendous time frame is it just says, we've got to look at this much more seriously, much more carefully than we normally do prior to the interview. But I wouldn't automatically exclude that. Now, I will tell you too, if somebody's thinking about slippery slope, and you know, this is what it's 17 years old and 25 years old, or 35. At what point do you say we're not going to consider it a felon? And so it becomes much more, you want to care everybody, you want to have policy, to serve everybody. And policy right now is, you know, we don't hire convicted felons.
Okay, you know, I just want to know.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry, Coach, I'm just trying to figure out whether the commissioners or whoever will be willing to look into that, to investigate that, because I know working for a city and for the county, they do hire convicted felons, as well as I know you can get government funds behind convicted felons. So it's something I think the city of Lake Helen should look into, because I feel you should not punish people for something they did years ago.
And that's a very valid point, and the situation that you presented to us certainly seems, on the face of it, it makes perfect sense. I can only say that as a commission, we expect the city administrator to follow the rules as we've given them to him. I can't quote them.
Right, that's what I was asking, was it in writing, was it somewhere you can, somebody can look at it?
And he or the staff can certainly give you whatever our policy is. That's public record, and that should be available to you upon request, in a reasonable time frame. So yes, we definitely. Because that's a reasonable question. It's a very reasonable.
Sit down with it, because I believe in sex and second chances. I'm following Florida Cares and their approach and everything, and all the things that they're trying to open up for past convicts and stuff to get them out to the public is what we're working on.
Okay, my second one, I'm the person that, if I want to know something, I'm gonna ask. How hard is it, a lot of people don't go on the computer, do not read the paper nowadays. Most stuff is on social media, Facebook. How hard was it to advertise the jobs on Facebook as well as, do a little flyer and send it around to the churches. Or you even put it up in the handway. I know the city of DeLand, they have a newspaper that goes out to all the churches on a monthly basis for all vacancies. And a lot of people go to church that might not read here or might not look at social media. It's just, I feel there's more ways we could address people.
I actually think that's a very good suggestion. You almost jokingly mentioned earlier, one thing we haven't done is distribute flyers. It might actually make sense to distribute flyers to the local churches for that, for something like that.
Mayor, I know you know the answer to this, and I don't. There is an association of local pastors, isn't there?
No,
Oh, there is?
there's not.
Okay.
No, most of it, it's association
So
with
there's
the
only-
pastors in the land, and they tell the pastors what they need in the land.
To the best, yes, to the best of my knowledge, there's only 10 churches in Lake County. So it wouldn't be that difficult to create a mailing list. And that's a very good suggestion, because certainly,
Okay,
that's a
that was all I had to
it's
say.
a good group to tap into.
Okay.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, Mr. Bassett.
There was one employee that was put into the agenda, and everybody's had an opportunity to know it, and understand it. I would be I would be moved to go ahead and hire this employee, but the ones that weren't, can we take some time and bring this back to us next month? I know you need the help, I know you need all that, but what I've heard out there tonight is there's questions about what is our hiring practice, what is this, what is that? I know as well as you do at this point, because being involved with construction company, it's really hard to get any help out of it right now. And when somebody walks through the door, you have, and they look good on paper, okay? They can read, they have a driver's license, you know, you want to grab them up. And what I don't want to do is have a knee-jerk reaction to hiring and discount the opportunities that we want. And so I think if we just kind of use the process, just look at it tonight, and come back next month with an agenda item that puts names of people on there, why you want to do it, then I can support that. But right now, I would be willing to hire the one and then look forward to next month.
I think you run into the problem with, people that put in applications were told to come down and, for us to approve their hiring and everything, and they can't wait a month to get a paycheck.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
And keeping open positions, and we've got 3 applications here in a 5-person department.
Okay.
I have the board mention the names of the people, because they're all looking for employment, and they don't want to be out there looking for another job all the time.
I hear you.
I do have one more additional blue card, gentlemen.
Jen Mullen, 271 West Lake Avenue. I just have a question. What is the policy and procedure for Lake County for hiring and firing? As far as, I know that the city administrator, the commission typically hires and fires. So do you guys look at applications, or is it just him that's looking at applications, the city administrator? And how is the process and procedure? Do you have like a number of applicants you have to have before? Or is it just he can pick and choose who he wants and who he wants to interview, who he wants to do that? Because I know the interview is supposed to be publicized and be public as well for the constituents to be able to attend. And is that being advertised, their interviews, their actual interviews? And this person that I'm hiring tonight has already started and is mowing grass every day. What is the ruling on that?
That's a good point. All of our job interviews are posted on the City Hall bulletin board for public awareness. And we certainly are welcome at any time. We do have one of the individuals who has joined us in a temporary capacity. He's not employed as an employee, but as a temporary individual at this point. And I think the other question was, the commission doesn't get all the applications. That's one of my responsibilities. and I do view them for appropriateness to be a part of the system.
Does that answer your question?
Kind of, sort of, I thought that that's what we're voting on in November is to give him that capability.
No, no, the difference would be, he wouldn't even get harassed.
Right, I understand that.
Fire. And here's this, the best way I can answer this is when we go to hire a new police officer, the police chief that comes in, he vets the candidates that are looking for the job, and he comes in and brings us a recommendation. We don't go look at their application, we hire people to do a job for us, and we expect them to do that job. I expect the city administrator to look at resumes, to look at clients, potential employees, and I have to trust his judgment until he gives me a reason not to trust his judgment.
I understand that, but like this person that you're hiring tonight, the commission is supposed to hire, and this person's already started, must have already been drug tested, must have already had all of that, and was promised a full-time job.
No, he was not promised a full-time job. He's a temporary employee, and he will be on the line to some period.
This is Mr. Sprague we're talking
Yes.
about? Thank you.
We don't promise people jobs.
So, yeah, so he's a temp employee that seeks full-time employee. So Mr. Sprague is a temporary employee at present, seeking full-time employment. He's had an opportunity to work here temporarily for how long? Couple of weeks. So in your assessment, he's become a decent temporary employee and has probably earned the position that he desires and seeks and wants to work. And like Commissioner Basso said, I get it. People, it's a tough hiring environment, but that's no excuse. We still have to move through it all. So I'm comfortable with Mr. Sprague based on your assurances there and understanding good, clear, transparent. Echoing Mr. Basso's comments about the other two employees, giving time to get a little deeper in that one out of respect for the optics on that one. I also want to go to a little bit of the staff's defense in this respect. There's been a few calls to me about some work being done here. You and I talked about this earlier today, and I apologize for bringing it up tonight. I think that was a good time. There's no question that we need to get things in the routine maintenance schedule when we have it. Because you know what? Y'all want to guess what? We don't have people. Here we go. Now we paid a company called Otter to do these concrete pads at the Equestrian Center. And, this is no excuse either. The money was already there and donated. Could we have done the work? Yes, probably. But this was a snapshot decision to get this done, and it's done. We don't have to get it worked into the maintenance schedule. Power washing of Blake. Again, was done for $400, and yeah, we could have done the work. But again, it had to be done. It had to be done there. It's not another snapshot decision. The city administrator is empowered to make.
Both of those were bid out to.
Indeed, that was the next comment. And both of them were bid out properly, because this wasn't, as you said, here's $400 and here's $300. The mowing was another thing that I had written down on my little notes committee meeting to address as well too. And I was really happy to hear that we missed it. We just missed the mark on that one. Yeah. But it's a routine maintenance schedule that I think we are going to get to. And again, we're making the right moves, in my opinion. I like that you defended the temporary employee with the city. We're going to hold you. Do I need to stop? We're going to hold you accountable, of course, and so will the public. But I have faith that you're making the right decision. I just want to be out there in the record. But I want to address the other two issues as well, too. It's kind of new. I don't think you deserve it.
So at this point, we need to have a motion of each of the three individuals brought to us. I have one more comment from Commissioner Eck.
I just got a question about the 2150. one employee. I mean, he's got a nice skills resume and everything. But the other employees have skills in other fields that are more of what the city was looking for. And I don't see what we should be one new employee hire another employee on their skills.
Let me comment on that. This particular individual is 40 years old, is not an entry-level employee, as the others are relatively young. He's been in the military, he's been a team leader, on aircraft maintenance, he's supervised people, he's had that supervision experience. He's leaving the position that is quite frankly more. He said he doesn't have a retirement plan, and he's at the age he needs to start doing one. So we're really hiring below the marketplace, if you will. And the certification of AC, I want to make sure we understand, we're not hiring an AC person, we're hiring a person with multiple talents. And if he can help us with the AC, and I hope he does, fantastic, because the AC contract costs are really high. And we can get some of it. We just had one AC listed out the other day. I haven't gotten a bill yet, I'm sure. And certainly was the switch with that. Somebody who knew what they're doing, which is not me, would have recognized very quickly and could have gone out and all that in the question. So, if there's, everybody has to put their own weight in every category. And we try to provide the training that anybody wants to pursue. And when we do develop, certainly want to recommend advancements and pay to anybody who proves that they're part of the team and want to be a greater part of the team.
So we now need a motion on one person at a time.
I'll make a motion to hire Austin Sprague, temporary employee, at a rate of $17 an hour.
I'll second.
Have a motion from Commissioner Vasso, a second from Commissioner Connell to hire Mr. Austin Sprague at the rate of $17 per hour. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The motion carries unanimously. The motion, and if you didn't want to mention names, you said, but we have to mention names if we're going to make motions to hire people.
But we do, but if you carry through the hiring, there's no need to get flagged. I'm just concerned about, if there's.
Well, if you want to do Daniel Miller, that's what I got this abstain.
Daniel Miller. Is Daniel Miller the other young man that we're going to hire?
Daniel Miller is,
And he's here.
No, I either have to trust my city administrator to do his job or not. Okay? And one of the things I know is he needs help. Number two, he's looked at applications and he's hired. So I'll make a motion to hire Daniel Miller at $17 an hour.
I'll second that one too.
Have a motion from Commissioner Vasso, and a second from Commissioner Connell.
You have to disclose why you can't vote. You're saying, you have to disclose that.
I'm abstaining from voting for this employee because he's my son-in-law.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none, I'll question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Or one abstention.
That's unanimous.
Yeah.
The motion carries with 4 ayes and 1 abstention.
There you go.
Roger, you just need to fill out a copy of the disclosure form that we can do in 15 minutes.
And the third employee, whose name has yet to be mentioned, How do you want to proceed on that? Want to just tell us the name and we'll take a vote? I don't know how else to do it.
Well, that's a great question, because the individual is not until the President Boyer, I don't know, chances are President Boyer would never, unless they go on YouTube looking there. It's, his name is Carl Ward. And again, he was, I think, an excellent candidate with great potential for the city. I was impressed by his management skills, his talents, his demeanor, his attitude. I think he fit in really well.
And we're looking to hire at what rate?
2150, which is what Jason was making. Jason had talents too. And, he had a lot of talents, so they were almost exclusively in the water field. And now we have U.S. Water doing a lot of that, not all of it, but a lot of it. And so we really don't have the need for that much talent in that area. And that's probably going to be one of the things that Carl's going to have to learn is how to fix broken water pipes. I'm sure he can.
Motion on this?
I already hired 2 people tonight.
You're on the roll.
I make a motion to have hired Kyle Ward.
Carl Ward.
Carl.
I'm sorry.
Well, the way it actually is, you know,
Second.
Is there a rate associated with that?
it's 2150.
2170, no,
2150?
2150, pardon me, 2150, no.
Is that the question you had?
That was the question.
What is, and he's working in concert with Jason's schedule, is that what you said? He's working in concert with Jason's schedule as well, to road up to the meeting.
No, Jason Will is leaving. That's what position is there. We are recommending to be the same as Jason.
Okay,
Jason had the experience to justify this gentleman has the experience. to
when is Jason leaving?
When's what?
When is Jason leaving?
He's essentially gone now.
No,
Yeah, he was a religious camp this week.
I misunderstood that in the very beginning, even earlier today, when we talked about this, I thought, there was going to be a marriage of schedule, so to speak. So this third individual is actually moving into Jason's position as a full-time employee.
He is.
And so we're gaining a few more hours from an individual.
Yes, that's the financial difference.
Yet this individual still needs to be taught how to fix a pipe.
Seems to be a lot of times
I know, it's weird tonight. I'm not getting it either. Maybe it's a lack of folks in the office. I don't know. It's a little weird tonight in my hearing too. Gosh darn it, now I just went right away from my question. So we have to teach him how to build a water pipe.
Well, yeah.
I know you're paraphrasing here,
In
but
all honesty, I did not ask him if he's ever repaired a water main. I suspect he hasn't, and that's why I said I doubt he has. But it's one of the things he's gonna have to learn. Because again, our people aren't limited to a few talents, a few specifics, a few dedicated jobs. I'm a welder, I'm a carpenter. Our people do everything.
I got a little too far in the HR weeds already for me, so I'm gonna shut my mouth.
Can I just add one quick thing?
Just this.
Might I add that Jason has been here for 17 years and is just now making 21. He left for a couple of months and came back, but I just want to put that out there.
Understand. Okay, we have a motion.
You don't have to. Second.
We have a motion without a second. Does anybody wish to second the motion to hire someone at 2150?
I have no problem with hiring somebody because, and here's the reason why, I'm not going to get stuck on $3 an hour. If someone has the skill sets needed to do the work that you need to do, I'm going to trust my city administrator to do his job and to bring us employees that he needs to get the job done and give us a rate of pay that works. If he's telling me that this guy has more tools in his toolbox, and he's valued that, I have to trust his judgment. When he shows me that I can't trust his judgment anymore, then we just replace the city administrator, right? Isn't that how we do that?
Well, I thought that was the ultimate.
This has been brought up a lot tonight.
Everybody keeps forgetting the word ultimate.
Yes. But, you
But
know,
you're absolutely right, that's exactly the way it works.
and so,
I have agreed with virtually everything I do or recommend to you. If I don't believe it, I don't come to you.
and all these people on probation, all these people could be terminated. Mrs. Bishop Wright, you can't hire somebody at 2150 and then tell them 2 weeks later, oh, no, we can only pay you 17. No, you just fired them because they didn't do what you expected. So, I'll second that.
Thanks, Rick. I needed that.
Have a motion from Commissioner Eckert, a second from Commissioner Basso, to hire this, Virgil Carl Ward at $21.50 an hour. Any further discussion?
Yes, please. I guess what I'm trying to figure out here is that the gentleman you're proposing doesn't have water experience.
True. That I know of. You
We're
may-
hiring him at a higher rate than folks that do.
True, but again, we have US Water on board now, with great confidence in them. But they are the water plant operators, so they do some field work. But we do also have a number of people starting in Boston who are experienced in the water line breaks. And they're fair with you, I think we could call Jason at 3 in the morning, he would still come back to work for us, just in that particular job. He's an interesting person, we just need somebody who's willing to work 5 days a week and use the emergency phone. We're not saying goodbye to Jason with any animosity at all. We just need somebody to fill the position regularly.
So what would this gentleman's primary job function be?
Everything and anything. Again, we use experience in sheet metal, electrical, hydraulics, plumbing, sheet metal, AC. Is good, and a good all-around individual. And he's managed teams of people in aircraft maintenance in the military. And I'm somewhat familiar with that. I was an officer, but I know the NCOs in the military are really, quite frankly, much better than some of the officers. They do it more. Especially second lieutenants. Yeah?
Commissioner Rogers?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, I just want to make sure everybody got that.
Thank
I'll say something along these lines, in support of this as well, very similar to what Commissioner Basso was saying, that I believe we do need to trust our city administrator, not exclusively to the end of time, but as he proves himself to us and as we evaluate what he does, we have to believe in him as well, and in his expertise and his ability to know what jobs he needs filled and to properly fill them. And it's a hit and miss thing, for certain, but as business owners, we understand that that's life. And it goes that way. And when you get somebody in front of you that you believe is quality and you need to be competitive, you need to be able to be competitive. And it may be confusing at times, but hopefully his end product, as we build this department and staff back up, will prove that he was right. So that's my little speech in support of this motion. Any further discussion? Call the question then. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. For the record, let's go ahead and call it off then. Zone 1?
No.
Zone 2?
Yes.
Zone 3?
Yes.
Zone 4?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, while I voted yes, I share some concerns with Ms. Bishop. Mr. Rutledge, that we're being placed in the position of an HR in a way. And it's rather uncomfortable. I'll be quite frank with you, the public, on record. It is true that I don't think maybe you, Mayor, might have more knowledge of this, possibly Commissioner Eckert, of the day-to-day functions of what Dominique, Austin, and Lee, Brandon go through on a daily basis. And you do that, and those HR questions that can affect a company's performance, the individual performance, and the team's performance. It's tough for us to address these questions because we're not involved in the day-to-day affairs. So, thank you. I echo your concerns. Courageous vote for no. I respect you for it. That is a tentative yes from me because of very same reasons.
Thank you, Commissioner Mel. Now we go to public forum. We do have many cards. Ms. Bishop.
I'm actually glad that first. Still shooting from the hip though, because I didn't come prepared for all of this, but I'm just like, I'm almost speechless, and y'all know that's gonna be hard for me. But some of the points that we made for hiring this guy for $21.50 an hour was, he's a good all-around person, he has a good demeanor and a good attitude. Are you trying to say the ones that got hired for $17 an hour don't? He needs a retirement at 40, so I guess now we're a charity. Jason can be used as a fill-in for anything that he doesn't know how to do. He has no water or pipe experience, but it was a good idea to do this. I just want this on record for everybody in the city that this is what your commission just voted on.
Ms. Mullin.
Jen Mullen, 271 I just had the same question. I came to the commission meeting last night and I asked the same question months ago about the distribution system and where we're going with the distribution system. I haven't heard any more on it. And I know that the company that we just went with, the bid that they put in was just for production as well. And it was double what it was before. But what are we gonna do and how is it gonna be taken care of with distribution? If we've had major water concerns in the last month and the response time hasn't been great, the people haven't responded, and I'm just trying to figure out where that's gonna go from here forward. How is our distribution system gonna be taken care of?
Well, is that the end of your question? I don't want to.
Yeah.
The commission, what's the right word? Voted for. The commission had a master water plan created by the city engineer, and that was a preceded me. It was a long, big work. We paid a lot of money for it. It was very in-depth. And we're going from there, working still with our engineers to bid this out. Right now, we're working on financing to get the short-term and the medium-term projects of that master water plan that we're trying to put into one fairly large bid. And then that will be, once we get financing range, according to our approximate estimate for how much that's going to be, once we get all that financing grant proposals put together, then we'll bid that.
I think you misunderstood. I'm talking about licensing wise.
And that's,
I think she's talking about the maintenance of it after.
The maintenance of it and stuff, US Water has taken over, but they're only contracted to do the production side of it. Who's taking care of currently our distribution portion? And because people who don't have licenses can't go out there and flush a water line. People who don't have licenses can't tap water meters. People who don't have licenses can't just go out there and fix a water break.
I can't, with real clarity, answer.
US Water does that.
Yeah, from my understanding, the distribution system is in place. Unless there is a break or a meter needs to be installed, et cetera, there isn't a call for any, daily maintenance of that distribution system. It's more of a either part of the master plan retooling, and major contract, which will be sub-that. If there's anything that needs to be taken care of, that will be subcontracted with US Water.
So what you're saying is there's not daily flushing. We have an old antiquated system, and you're telling me that there's not a daily flushing issue? There's not a daily need for flushing, and there's not a daily need for somebody to tap a water meter for a new home? Or there's not a daily need to replace a water meter or do any of those things?
I believe those are handled, on a per time basis by US Water.
And US Water's gonna charge us extra for those costs, right?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes, they have.
Mr. Administrator?
Yeah, US Water is working with us very carefully, very closely. They know the law far better than anybody else in this room, I guarantee you. And they are making sure that we do everything correctly, because quite frankly, their license is at risk. So we've had one call out that I'm familiar with. Our person was third on the list down. By the time he got there, US Water was already there, was working on the problem. We've had no pause for concern at all. And, you know, having the license is extremely important, but they have at least, I don't know how many people, 12 people in the region stationed at Newport Richie, not Newport Richie, Newport Beach, and they're 30 minutes away, so.
And that's part of my concern is what are the costs if we need them to come out? Like, what is it gonna cost the city to have them, say there's 3 water breaks in 1 month? What is our cost gonna be on top of our normal annual monthly, you know, what we pay them annually? What is the cost gonna be and how much could it be? In the long haul, is it not worth hiring somebody to be on staff that has at least a distribution license that could handle those things?
And I think that's a very reasonable question. I have had that conversation with other people as well. And even with the city administrator, I've had that discussion for a couple of months now. But, yes, when is it cost effective to bring that in-house and to hire that license in-house as opposed to subbing it out? That's an age-old question for every business. And we will, as a commission, make that decision and with the advisement from our commission.
I guess if we have 3 water breaks next month, we'll see
We'll
where
find
we
out.
lie.
Well, and that's always the case.
It is, I get it.
Next card is from Alan Cook, too.
Mayor, can I say something before Alan comes up?
You just,
You heard earlier that we had volunteers cut the Lake Park, and he's the chief volunteer, and we owe him a debt of gratitude. He took it upon himself, and we were not able to cut the grass to make Lake Park very presentable. He rounded up some volunteers, and he did it all by himself with 3 volunteers. But it was above and beyond the call of being a citizen, and I want you to know that the staff is very appreciative of his willingness to do that.
thank you, Mr. Cook.
Thank you. I didn't do it in the intent to make anybody look bad, the city staff, or I knew it maybe comes across that way, but I just seen Tina was doing a great thing with the car show, and somehow or another, the grass didn't get moved. So again, our little group came together, and wasn't me alone, but we took care of it, and the car show was a great success, and the grass still grows.
Thank you.
aside from that, thank you for recognizing me for that. I appreciate it. I'm always here for you guys at Gem. The gems, that's why I'm here for right now. I'm here to look for your approval and show you what our vision is, and if we want to watch it, then we'll talk after. Roll the footage. Roll the This is the north side of the building. Just to be clear, it's in that kind of empty space. The septic tanks are off of this, if that's any concern. Obviously, we won't put anything on the septic tanks. But it's kind of a dead area, but obviously it does marry to the Blake Park.
So we're looking at a potential as-built?
Yes, guess you could consider it that. That little planted area right there is kind of where the septic tanks are at, so it's just gonna stay natural there. There's a little, we propose a little putty green area there. And, there could be cornhole, if the area is nice and long, we want brick pavers in there. We'll connect the gutters into some drain pipes. That's just showing it. The video is kind of hard to see there, but. Obviously, it's a cool space for, it's obviously open all the time, any public can go there, it's just an extension of the park. But there could be cool little venues out there, events, bands. I think the lights out there, the cafe lights kind of is a natural attractant when if you did have something for everybody, like, hey, what's going on there?
What's the building to the left?
It's gonna be like a band cover, like a band shell.
That's an open area.
Pergola, open, might be some tin on it for sun reasons or, cover issues for somebody to perform up there. But very basic, just like 4 posts and either a pergola open top or perhaps just some, like I said, some sheet metal. Obviously, it would.
You're gonna build a pool too?
I was just gonna say.
No pools. Tania was able to come up with that. Tania Collins, pool. She was able to do that 3D rendering, and that's obviously all her handiwork there. Thank you to her. But I'm looking again. I want your approval for this. I'm not looking for any money unless you want to give it to me. I'll gladly take it. But with that being said, the money we kind of gauging, estimating through the cost of papers and the cost of materials now, which is through the roof, as everybody knows. We're probably doing this at a bad time, but we want to get this done sooner than later. It's pretty basic, pretty easy for the people that are involved in this project. It's kind of stuff we can do in-house, but there is materials to be purchased. We're estimating that with the pavers and piping and base and labor and work and plants, this is probably about a $50,000 thing. It's not.
Is that 80 you said?
Huh?
80?
50. It's a guess. But if it was retail, you want me to build this in your yard, it's a decent number. But it'll be beautiful. It'll be a great thing. I was wanting to work a little bit with an Eagle Scout. And he kind of started the paperwork on this, but obviously this is depending on if we get your approval. But some of the project will be done and with Eagle Scout help. So it's got a good community feel to it there. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question. This is all right there in front of the shuffleboard?
It's connecting to the CAC building. To the,
okay.
No, it's the north side.
I've got it repositioned in my brain now.
There's a little fence area that's existing. It's kind of dead areas. No one really uses it. So this is like a perfect extension to that. Kind of fills in that void, and I think it's a perfect fit. I think it'll be well received. We want to call it the gym garden, probably put a little arbor trellis thing there. But again, if you wanted to go there with your family, it's not going to be closed to certain hours. It's open to whenever. But it's simple, easy to maintain. I foresee a lot of cool things going on there, different music things and get-togethers. it's an extension to the building and to the park.
Can I ask you a question? Al, may I ask you a question?
Sure.
This is just a process question only for me. This is first I've heard of this, first I've seen it, don't know anything about it, other than what you're telling me right now. Did you decide to do this in a public forum in this manner, or rather than get a place on the agenda to do a different?
We were gonna do it like 2 months ago and the Wi-Fi was broke, I think, and I was not able to come last meeting. I had some family, stuff that I had to attend to, so I'm here tonight, and I should have made it on the agenda as more of a formal thing, but I just wanted to get this going, so we just did it this way I wanted to show you guys. Obviously, I could deal with the nuts and bolts of it with Lee, but I just wanted to show you what I was thinking to make sure you guys are okay with it. It is your property, and wanted to showcase what we were doing, but I kind of want to get this going, and I didn't know how permitted or plans need to be drawn. I kind of want to keep this as simple as possible, but obviously I could work with Lee and make sure all the T's are crossed and I's are dotted as far as the formality of it.
My first impression is killer. Love it.
I think it'll be good. I think it'll be good. I think you guys will like it, and it'll be and it'll be there forever. The Gems group aside, if this hopefully works out for us, it'll go down in history as that. But if it doesn't work out for us, you guys get a free park. But I think it's a good thing, and it's showing how passionate we are about wanting to leave our stamp and help the community to make it better.
I do appreciate that, and you don't propose things like this without that passion and that desire to get things and make it better, and I appreciate that. I do understand or maybe I'm implying or inferring some of the concern that having this on the agenda allows that public notification, that people have time to look at information, have that information in front of them in advance of the meeting, in case they do have questions or concerns. So that being on the agenda is really it's an important part of the process. As far as approving it right now, without giving the public a chance to digest it and make comment, that's where it kind of puts us right up against that wall.
That's fine.
I would love to approve it. If this has been on the agenda, I would be much more inclined to approve it right now. But I'm just telling you my concern of the timing or the process.
Understood.
And, it's not concerned because I think you're trying to slip anything through.
No.
It's just the process is there for a reason.
We had good intentions, like I said, 2 months ago to do this, and you all had some Wi-Fi issues.
Oh, yeah, we've all.
So I just let it go. It wasn't that big a deal, and obviously, like I said, last month I wasn't able to attend.
So are you looking for approval to move ahead, and maybe we should have?
I don't know how much weight you want to put on Mr. Lee to say yes or no. I mean, I'll be glad to meet with you guys to show you. Like I said, I haven't built into the cost of this to come out of pocket to have the reports drawn and all that. I'd be glad to draw some sketches up if you guys want to see details of things, but this is really a simple project. It's
Pavers and outdoor lighting.
Yeah,
And plants. I don't know what kind of engineering needs to be done for pavers, outdoor lighting and plants, but we sure want to get it right.
We would require, probably an electrical permit. I'm not sure of any structural permit.
Well, you got grease traps and storm drains in existence already there. So you have to figure out the landscaping and all the digging and redoing around all those.
But we would require, and we do for our own projects, building permits, so they're inspected according to Florida Building Code. So I'm sure if you would approve the concept, I think we would work out the details.
Does this initial vision include that outdoor, that your initial building and improvements to that CH Center, the outdoor open area?
Yeah, from the beginning, we always thought this was a cool thing.
So it's the courtyard, the Edison lights, tables, pavers, some enhanced landscaping in the outdoor.
I think it looks tremendous. I love it.
It's kind of you know, like I said, the cornhole tournaments out there, and a spot you can hang out with your people. It's very cool. I know there is a business end to this as far as the paperwork and the permits, and I want to keep that as simple as I can, and that's kind of why I'm here. But I also want to move forward. I don't want to have to do this in a year.
Never underestimate the amount of confusion the city commission can provide for you. Okay?
So I think that's a very reasonable phrase, and you've been here before us and then worked in this city forever, so you know what it means when you say keep it as simple as we can. There are certain things that we have to do, and the city administrator and staff know what those things are, and none of them is a problem.
No.
I would like to, make a motion to, approve this in concept, and allow the city administrator and Little Cookie.
Second.
Work out some of the details.
You got my second there, Commissioner Basso.
Thank you.
The motion from Commissioner Basso, second from Commissioner Connell to approve this in concept and allow the city administrator to work out the details with the gym. I think it's fantastic. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Again, if you do want to donate some money, we'll be glad to see it.
Yeah, I'll do. I'll give you.
No, I think it'll be cool, and well, I'll keep you posted. Again, the Eagle Scout part of it, I gotta get his paperwork in, but I didn't want to promise him something that you guys said no.
It's a wonderful Eagle Scout.
A lot of moving parts here. Thank you, guys.
Eagle Scout.
Thank you.
Our next yellow card is from Nancy Weir.
Nancy Weary, 135 West Delaware. I wanted to know when we are ever going to have that workshop on the elevations. We still have growth going on. We have a new subdivision with 10 homes. I understand they're bringing in a lot of dirt. And I've been talking about this for almost
I
3
remember
years.
talking about the elevations. I'm sorry to interrupt, I don't remember talking about the workshop.
We've talked about it several times.
Did we? I don't want the workshop talked about. Well, I know that yeah.
Finish floor elevations.
Yes.
I thought we crossed that bridge and, we were going to require a finished floor elevation on plans, and that had to be, not less than the state, mandate, and then no more than 6 inches, from that.
Did they decide on no more than the 6 inches?
That was my suggestion, mostly because right now it's the world.
Right.
So, and I don't want to get into something that's so finite that it ties the hands of contractors and owners. So me personally, in my world, I felt that 6 inches was reasonable.
And I think that was the input. For some reason, I thought we were gonna have a workshop on it. You guys had talked about that, because it's come up several times.
Yeah, you know, I thought Scott was checking with the state because, as far as regulations and stuff, so, no, I thought from the legal perspective.
Yeah, I never heard back from, I sent several emails to the building code commission, never heard back from them when, I think we talked about it based on my review. I don't see why what was being proposed would be in conflict with the Florida building code.
Okay, and I think Andy said that they're not calling back and talking to us, so we should just go ahead and do what we think is best. And then if the state comes back and slaps us on the hand, says you can't do that.
So that will be in effect. That is something that we will have.
I think it's gotta be done.
I think we need an ordinance for that, so.
Possibly, I think it would be a land development regulation, so it should be the planning board. And then we have to do it.
PLDRC. St. John's Water Management has very strict rules on drainage, so this would have to conform to that. So far, everything, phase subdivision, for example, the new one, all of that drainage has been approved by St. John's. It's in the plan you've approved. The engineers our engineer will make sure it's constructed that way. Probably, I think the issue that started with the woods, it was built so long ago, and there wasn't a great deal of oversight for some of the initial homes, and they were built at various levels. But they also had complete diagrams and elevations We have 4 different, no, more than that, 7 different scenarios on drainage and swales.
And we know that there's already a minimum standard,
Yes,
okay? And what we were trying to do was put a cap on how high you can go above it. And to
Correct.
me, it really didn't have anything to do with storm drainage because those rules are already in place. To
Right.
me, it was an architectural thing, because we spend all of our time and energy on, these certificates of appropriateness. But then you can just be willy-nilly on whatever you want to change the elevation of the floor.
the HPV had requirements that you had to be a certain elevation above, because they wanted 3 steps.
But it didn't limit how high you go.
True.
And so
True.
that's what we were trying to do.
Correct.
And to me, like I said, it was an architectural thing more than it was anything else.
Let me work on something for the next agenda so we can.
I think we should task the Historic Preservation, or excuse me, PLDRC
Yes.
to bring something to us, hopefully by the next commission meeting, if that's possible. It seems like a fairly simple ordinance.
Yeah. Let me ask the city engineer to make sure we don't get in violation of the St. John's.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, I thought it was the last card, but we have one more from Ms. Betty O.
Betty O'Laughlin, 715 McKenzie Road, the road that 12 to 15 dump trucks went down today between here and those new 10 houses. They kept going up and down the road. I tell you what, it was a little frustrating. Okay, 2 things. I think the city administrator answered it, that whoever it is that's watching this development go up, they're keeping a close eye on it, I really hope. Because all I'm thinking is there's a wonderful little lake there, and I'm still very concerned. I know St. John's Water Management has their things, and I don't understand all of this stuff. But, I'm looking at the house that's on that corner, and you're talking about whatever those, elevations are. And I'm wondering how that's gonna work on that road. And I mean, and then the biggest thing that's concerning me is those trucks going up and down that road are tearing up the road. Austin already had to come out and fill in an area there that was going into the water. Just a little bit north of my house, so, that's, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Abbott, have you noticed that on some, it's a degradation of the road bed, it's pushed into the railings, because I go into Deland that way, a lot. And so, I noticed it almost looked like it was an accident that went into that, and from what Ditto said, is that it's traffic. But this is, yes, ma'am, but it's a depression in there.
No, we're familiar with it. I really can't tell you we've got a permanent solution, but we haven't filled in with Nolan's in the meantime. And when we talk about, and I'm Betty, I'm sorry, this is not your topic, but Nancy brought up to our attention the sidewalk along Main Street just before we get to I-4. And we brought that to the attention of the county. We thought it was their right of way. We know it's not ours. County said it's not theirs. They're going to get with.
Yeah, I bet it's DOT. That's subterranean erosion there.
Exactly. The culvert is collapsed.
Yep.
Taking the sidewalk. You see the sidewalk, we don't see the culverts collapsed. It's a major fix that they're going to do.
I bet that's DOT.
That's a good mention about that one, because on my road, Mackenzie, that new business that's going in, the septic, I mean, they're running big trucks back and forth, and they're ruining the road that we're gonna have to repair, even though this county let them build that.
That's something we clearly didn't think about or address.
Is that all road or is that the county road?
That part is county up there. It's from Baxter on up, it's county road.
The reality is these trucks are licensed to operate on these roads, and we're tasked to maintain them.
Right.
That's why I'm asking, is it our road maintainers, county.
Yeah, I think the part that Betty O's talking about is in the county, but, I'm sure that the.
Well, it's gonna
design of the
impact our road.
road- Yeah, the design of the road is the same, so ours is gonna fail just as well as theirs will fail.
Now, the part that's north of your house is built in some of that same bog area that we had with Virginia Drive. That bog is underneath that road. Probably gonna happen with those heavy trucks, but
Yeah.
it's public road.
It probably
Yes.
will.
That's county.
Yes, county, but it's probably gonna happen. It'd be frustrating.
That'd be the county problem, it's just a part, we just have to stay with it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Just real conversely, with
It
moving
was
trucks.
city, it is city, by her house, where the water areas, by the nursery, and then the water flows through, that is where the issue is. I believe that.
Go a little further from there.
Just a little bit further. I see it. It's a true depression in there that's being caused. I think the trucks are probably aiding to it, but I think there's more to it than just the trucks.
Yeah, well, we had,
That's always been a soft spot there in that road anyway.
yeah,
Well before the railings were introduced, well before it was paved, it's always been,
but
it's gotten a lot worse.
For the sake of sanity, before we go to commission reports, I'm gonna call a 6-minute recess until 10:30. Stretch our legs. Feel free to be more clear. Feel free to be more clear. Additional clarity
For,
as to asking county to address that.
well, the truck traffic's going to get eventually, and as a trucking guy, yeah.
Your license trucks is a public law. Yeah, absolutely.
I like big.
Well, when people, with like this space subdivision, it's not hard. People are looking for innovative. Poke back at it.
No, it's not. But you know where I started from? I said, you know, it started at 16. So it went down to 12, and I was considering, I started at 12 years old.
You did what you did.
And then forced Callahan, but they were, you know, they were able to get that. And stay there. And that's how 5 to 4 because still there. Yeah, still allowed it to happen. We can't interfere with we don't really hang our backyard.
Right. Yeah, we got ours. Nobody else gets theirs. This doesn't work that way. I called them.
He called it a street.
He started three years ago.
He knows where it's You know what I mean?
Hey, Jim. Hey, Jim.
Yo.
Get with Dane and them and we'll get together.
Sir? Yeah.
Get with Dane and we'll get together.
Yes.
We're going home.
So,
You didn't show up,
hey,
so.
I'm glad you didn't have to go to work tonight here.
Thanks. Well,
Thanks.
I thought it was
We'll
my
talk.
I know what you're saying.
I'll tell you what. When we go to look at information. This is about us. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. We're having a discussion. Have that talk with Lee and kind of outline your concerns there, and he can maybe talk over those concerns with us.
Strategy.
And then like, when I went up, we did that for over 2 years. And the city
We would have to stop.
Man, these chairs got so bad. Is it worth even trying? If it's worth getting a quote to have them recover.
It's spray painted.
Blanket cover.
Good enough for sure.
It's the Mexican blanket.
It's still better than ours, Greg.
How about the Mexican blankets?
They're still comfy.
Oh my God, they're very comfy.
Yeah, and I don't like looking like that. I like things.
I like things a little professional too.
But for the most part,
And this is what we're
the people see.
we're making moves. Turning the city.
That is a little.
You're in your dude. Put him on the spot. I think that's
All right, here we go.
I can't, I can try to see everything we have, maybe we have something in emails, like I can email.
Looking at my old ones, I just got to read.
Yeah, I'll look and I'll see.
It's almost like fingernails. I'm trying to call Lee wherever he is.
He's in the back.
He went down.
We can start. Let's go.
See, his is oil. You need oil.
Did he not look at that?
Mine does.
How do you know? You got it on the book?
Yeah, she's got to feed the dad. They're all blank.
It's too late now.
Yeah, it's too late now. There's no dad mode to it. This one's on, but these four
Did the sound change again? Oh.
aren't. That just tells you the monitor's on. The acoustics are terrible here.
We got one. Oh, I didn't see that one. All people.
Yeah, good.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll call the meeting back to order. Thank you for your indulgence there. The next item on the agenda is commission reports by zone, starting with Commissioner Acker.
Well, the person I was going to explain it ain't here right now. On my part, from what she was trying to explain to me, instead of it being tied to the food truck vendor, that it would be a separate thing done occasionally where they would have like jazz and wine or country music and craft beers. But she was going to explain further. Eventually, over the period of time, it would transition over to where the gym would be taking it over once their facilities are all done and up and running and everything. It was a way to bring more people into town, to bring more economy into town. And the alcohol level would be very low, less than what you can buy at Circle K, less than what you can buy at the CVS if you get NyQuil culture. And it would be administered by a vendor that had a mobile liquor license. So it wouldn't be tied, and they would have to have all the requirements that any other vendor would have, insurance and everything, so. But she's not here to explain further, so.
Actually, I had a similar conversation with her, and, to what you're saying, so.
Roger, I'm just in general, I'm not opposed to it. I just thought that, and my reason behind the last time talking about it, event related, was as you do several events in a row, and they all work out well, and the community starts to understand that it's not solid anymore, then we can go towards, a blanket, which is, that is where I would like to go, but I don't know that the community is ready for the wholesale.
Meeting took longer than what was expected, and Karen got too cold and left, but.
She got too cold?
Things change, and if you read the newspaper recently, even Pearson is going away with their blue law and looking at allowing alcohol sales on Sunday. They're the last city in Volusia to do that.
I think so. I personally think that responsible people should be allowed to make responsible decisions.
But Karen's not here to explain it further, so it'll have to be carried on. Maybe by the time we do get it approved, the gym will be taking it over anyway. Maybe.
Do we need her here to approve it? Do we need her here in order to approve it or to deny it?
Well, she could explain it better than what I could. I mean, if you just go by my notes, that's.
To me,
You got something to add into it.
I mean, I've been talking to people at the food truck fiesta on Wednesdays, and also I've been at Parks with my daughter over the past month. And there's not been one individual I've said has been against having alcohol served there. I've probably surveyed over 50 people.
So, I mean, just going on that, seems like people are ready for it. And then I also did some research about beer alcohol content by volume, and it is rare to find an alcohol that is 6.2. I think Lagunitas is 6.2. There's some rare ones that are fancy that are a little higher, but that also falls into the 6% volume or less.
Well, that
So it
eliminates
seems
wine.
pretty reasonable.
Eliminates one.
Right, eliminates wine and, and
Can't have a jazz festival and not have wine.
How does it eliminate?
Wine's 11 to 15%.
You drink it at home.
I don't know of any wine less than 11%.
I don't have a problem with it, limiting it, limited to beer and wine. I don't have. Or put it under 50%. I mean, I don't know, but I'm just saying.
It has come up in the past, when I was on the commission before, and you mentioned it, and I'm not invalidating what you said at all, just your comments of what you've heard. But we did have significant pushback. I have gotten some communication pushing back against it, from individuals, not a lot, because I haven't sought it out, I haven't surveyed like you have. But it has been brought to me with, you need to not let this happen, kind of a conversation.
I feel like it could be a difference of the crowd too, the folks
I
that.
hang with a very stodgy, old-fashioned, boring crowd. But I'm only,
They want income to come to the city, but they don't really have activities that will bring income.
there's a lot of that, no doubt. And I'm not, 100% opposed to it at all. I think Commissioner Basso's concept of doing it on an individual basis and maybe gaining that acceptance over time as opposed to trying to
Well,
get
that's
something like.
basically what Karen was supposed to be here to explain.
Well, and
Pretty much
maybe we
what
can-
Mr. Basso said is to start out. And the original thing was for the 6% level was because, when voters approached the request on doing it, they use a low content wine, and by the time they get it mixed in their drink, it's only at the equivalent of 2 or 3%.
You're talking, oh, I see, you're talking about wine alcohol or,
Maybe make like sangria or something.
Yeah, it's
yeah, you know,
it's various things like that, but it's in a frozen drink type
the
thing.
place, I know what he's talking about now. That's why he thinks the wine content is so low, because it's a prepackaged type of approach to it. You can also buy that in cans, where it's a winerita, it's a mango-rita, stuff like that. And there's wines that are used in the margaritas as well. So it makes it well below the 11%, which is typically wine. So,
Well, we're gonna run out of time in this meeting. If we go too long on this, if you'd like to give Karen an opportunity, what we can do, I would love to put it earlier in the agenda rather than wait till a commission report by zone. Let's just put it early in the agenda next month.
Making an agenda item.
Can we
Sure,
request
that
that,
sounds great.
that be brought into perhaps old business, or actually it would be new business. It's pretty old business, yeah. It's not the oldest profession, but it's the second. So,
And they do work in.
they often do.
easy there.
Mr. Rutgers, item 12B.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry. Yes.
Since it's my time here. For those that are veterans or ones that come out and enjoy a meal and thank the veterans, the general public is welcome to attend to. The Massey James Center is having an old-fashioned fish fry for veterans on Saturday, June 11th, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. They said they'll take from the veterans get to eat free, but the general public comes, they'll take donations, but if you don't feel like paying anything, they're not gonna yell at you. And then on June 15th, they're gonna have their Juneteenth celebration at the Massey James Center. Be an evening, she didn't tell me the time or anything on it. That's the only thing I know about their celebration on that, but it's gonna have their guest speakers and everything talking about Juneteenth and what it meant to the people and community.
You said that fish fry starts at 2?
Starts at 11, ends at 2.
Oh, good thing I asked.
Lunch.
Yeah.
And Mr. Rutledge.
Thank you. I want to bring back up citywide texting or sort of notification system for emergencies. And I think maybe Mr. City Administrator, you're a little more well versed in this, if you'd like to.
I'd be happy to explain it. You recall a little history, the city contracted with Code Red, which is a local firm, to provide emergency notifications to those who would sign up for the program. The difficulty is, and it turned out to be the same difficulty the county has had. People were hesitant to sign up for the program. We only had about 200 people at its height that were interested in the program. So it was costing us $2,500 a year, and I discovered that we could go with the county's program at no cost, and we did that, but again, we had very few people actually sign up for it. The county now has left the Code Red themselves and gone instead to a statewide program that is paid for by the state. And it allows the cities in those counties, the county municipalities, to have their own account. It's called Everbridge, and we've spoken to the Everbridge people. And here's what we intend to do, and obviously subject to your approval. Everbridge, and we discussed, is willing to put all the messages we would like to put together, and it should be reserved, and I'll tell you in a second why. With only emergency notifications, and they'll make up the templates, and we just simply let them know when those emergency notifications have to happen, and they will instantly send them to the people in the community. Now, they'll send them to telephone numbers that we have in our water system file of customers, and also will download the phone numbers from the voter registration lists of voters in the city. Between those two lists, I'm estimating we'll probably have at least 3/4 of the households covered. And with those numbers added to the system, we should have excellent coverage in the community. And because of that, we're going to be very judicial in saying that we don't want to do anything that is not emergency notifications. Whether it be hurricane preparedness, hurricane cleanup, boil water notices, those type things. So with that understanding, we'll be able to have a fairly wide level of notification ability at no cost to our citizens through those two sources of information. They're both public knowledge, and we're not doing anything that we shouldn't do. They're both public records, so we'll simply be downloading in the Everbridge system. So that's where we are with that. I think it's really, we've come a long way from paying $2,500 and getting really very few to sign up to go into a free system that equally had a few people. And now we're going to have a number of people in the system. They don't have to sign up for it, we'll sign up for them. And obviously anybody who objects to simply taking their phone number off the system. But I can't imagine people objecting to emergency notifications, but maybe they do. We'll take their number out of the system. And again, because they did not have the option to opt in, we want to make sure we restrict it just to emergencies and can give them the option if they want to be taken out of the system. But that's that particular part of it, okay? And you want to go right on to the second one?
Yes.
Thank you. The second part of this particular notification, it has to do with the siren. It's over in the I've given it to you in the, I don't want to continue to duplicate what I've already written, but we inherited, we were given this thing at some point, perhaps 2014, 2015. And it is a very good top-of-the-line notification system, lots of bells and whistles, you can even talk through it. The range is 6,000 feet any direction. And at that distance, you have a level of 70 decibels, which is basically the same unamplified voice that you and I would have in the room today. So it has a good range to it, but it could be used essentially only for things that would happen very quickly and instantly. What comes to mind, of course, are tornadoes, and you, at the most, you'll get 10 to 15 minute notice of a tornado. And you put out the notification, sometimes those things happen, and sometimes they don't. For hurricanes, it would be worth putting out because you have plenty of time to get a text message out through the Evergreen system. So it has, in my opinion anyway, very limited use. It can be made operable. It's now not operable because the batteries went down. And I guess if anything, we're looking for is a direction in what the commission would like us to do with it. It's just up there, and as I said, a lot of whistles and bells, but we'll just have to make it work at a reasonable cost. It's just battery costs to make it work. At least that's our estimation right now. Interestingly enough, I checked with the county and other cities. We are the only city in Volusia County that would have a siren. No other city has one, and the county doesn't have it. So we would be the only siren in Volusia County. I don't know if that makes any difference. The county is very proud of the fact they have a lightning detector on the beach, but that didn't apply.
Back when Chief Walker was still here, this came up, and I don't know you can take minutes, but I know it was positive. We decided to abandon it because there was actually a problem with the pole being rotting, et cetera, et cetera.
That's a good point.
So, and I think that we were just, I thought we voted to take it down.
Well, when I got here, the word was it was going to be taken down because it didn't work. I didn't know that you had already voted on that.
I thought we did, but you know, I wrong before.
Is it down, or did somebody just climb up there and check it?
No, what's actually in the top are nothing but speakers. All the guts are down below, easily accessible, and that's what really makes the top part work. But I know Rick was going to be taking it down on several times in the time I was here with him, but never happened. So anyway, I did investigate what it could be made to work, and the answer is yes, it probably can be made to work. It's a nice piece of equipment, but I think its use would be fairly limited. I just can't imagine it being used effectively.
The cell phones and weather apps, et cetera, it's almost become obsolete. Anybody that wants to pay attention can.
I think it became available for free. It was an opportunity that Chief Walker brought to us, and we used it for a while.
Was that during your time?
I believe so. Doesn't
So
stand way out of my memory, but I
So
recall it.
the emergency notification systems we enjoy today weren't as sophisticated then as they are today.
Again, it was just simply something he
Brought to us
got
and
for
said, "Hey, it's
free.
free,
and,
we
Hey, it's
use it."
free, let's use it. So we did. It really wasn't much more than that, to my recollection.
It's outlived its life for us.
If I'm understanding your direction, we'll dismantle it, take it down, and dispose of it in some humane way.
I'll take it. I wanted to say.
You want your voice to be heard louder?
No,
I'm
it's
sentimental as
not
well.
value.
I'm sentimental as well.
Let's
I like
take it to
the name,
water
the
tower.
sound of it, the whole 9 yards, but, you know, from a,
If people want it to stay, we can leave it until the pole gets to the point where it's gonna create a hazard.
It's close now.
if it's gonna stay, I want it to work.
Yeah.
I don't
I
know.
think it's worth it.
Do you know when they tested it every year? That thing went off?
I heard it, that's fine.
Me too.
You were inside with yours closed.
I asked Chief Mullen.
Yeah, because I already knew what the
I
hell.
stood outside at about 25 decibels at my house.
That's why
Chief Chester got that in those,
Chief Chester got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was made in 07, but I don't think we got it till.
yes, we did, yes, we did.
If we keep it, I want it to
Text
work.
messages right now.
My My input would be to let it retire gracefully, but that's commission decision. I'll entertain a
I don't
motion.
want it to be a hazard or something fall on somebody.
Take it down. I have a motion from Commissioner Basso to take it down. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Eckert. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
No,
Any opposed?
me,
Me.
Can we cut it in half, send half to the bishop's house, the other half to this?
I don't want that thing either. I just want it to work if we keep it. We're not keeping it, so it's no good point. Let's move on, man.
All right, so it's, one vote against by Commissioner Connell. Motion carries that we should take it down. And I'm excited about the other bridge system, though. That's, appreciate your push on that. Yeah, thank you. Well, since we're in zone reports, zone 3, do you have anything you want to report? Zone 4?
Two things, and I'm gonna make them quick as possible because I know we're up against the clock here. Today, I received 2 different phone calls, coincidentally within a half hour of each other, asking me to investigate why there was a new building behind Buddy Snowden's home on Privet. And I get it. I get it. I had a big old scaffolding in the back of my house there for a while, and I got a few people who are curious why I had a big old piece of scaffolding in my house. I didn't have a permit either, so I totally get it. Buddy's exempt, for the record. He operates an agricultural exemption there. And under his exemption, it's a state authority exemption, and I took it to the city staff this afternoon rather than me trying to answer something well out of my lane. They got to the bottom of it. And in the meantime, this is why I'm telling sometimes it's so cool. There probably hadn't been 45 minutes between me reaching out to the staff and Buddy coming to my door and getting ready to go, hey. And I said, but you're already legal. And I was doing this transparently because it's important that no matter what the idea might be from the individuals who are calling me, whatever that motivation is, it's important just the same to address it in either way. I wasn't required to have a permit because it was a repair of an existing structure. I knew that before going into it. And I'm sure Buddy Snowden knew it going into it because he was totally prepared to take me to task on it. I said, I've already done my diligence, Buddy. I did this reason on purpose, just to be as transparent as I could and get it out there, just to put that away. All right, number 2, Joe Hammond. I would like to ask the support of the mayor and the commissioner to buy a bench, put it in Royal Park, put Joe Hammond's plaque on it. Thank you for his service. Two-way street with that. People are always going to have an opinion one way or the other. But I've worked, and that's fine. I get it. I like this job even when it sucks. I've told you all that before. And that's all right. That's all right. But that man contributed a lot to this city over the time he was in here. He did a lot of things behind the scenes. Did a lot of things that were behind the scenes that some folks, including me, didn't like. That being said, he was an integral part at Royal Park and the lake. He actually got my youngest son involved in the Lake Watch Committee when Taylor was 7 years old. Joe was doing the lake stuff then. Taylor is 28. So that's what I want to do. Now, if there's too much public outcry or if there's too much negative feedback here amongst the mayor and the commission, I'll back off like a heartbeat and I'll go tell Joe. But talk to the city administrator, and it's a doable thing. We're not talking a lot of money. And actually, after it became known, the league's offered to pay for it. And so, with the lake committee being part of the league, Better Lake Living, and all that good stuff. But again, I don't want to get into an area where y'all might be uncomfortable because of the politics behind it. And I'm all right with that. So is Mr. Hammond. I mean, let's not make waves we don't have to, but if we can put something in there, just think of all the people back here who would be sitting on that bench with Joe Hammond's name on it.
I think it's a great idea, especially if it's along the shoreline somewhere where they could sit on it and be able to overlook the lake.
Right. That was kind of the idea. It's similar to the benches are.
Is that a motion?
I'm just looking for the support. I'll make the motion to start working on the details of getting that bench in place and
I
then.
think Charlene wants to pay for it.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do, because there is a lot of old families in this town that has done a whole lot for this town. Don't
Okay,
have their name on
here
nothing.
we go.
No, I'm serious.
I'm gonna back off. I'm not gonna get into
But
it
is
further.
there a reason why? Is it something happened to you? Or?
He just has, he has, not withdrawn, he retired from the.
I'm just not gonna get into the politics of it all.
And the DLDRC.
And from the BLDRC, and as he's backing out, Commissioner Connell just wanted to, appreciate him publicly for the service he's provided.
That's all.
You're right, Charlene.
And she's right. She is.
I don't disagree with that, but I like the concept.
I do too.
And, maybe there should be something done annually where another, the Citizen of the Year thing, I don't know. I don't know, but I like.
Either way, you're gonna get into the woods, however you do it.
Yeah,
Into the weeds with that.
you're absolutely right. No matter what you do, you're not gonna make everybody happy.
But if somebody doesn't bring up to our attention something that needs to be done to honor somebody, what can we do?
Right?
No, but you
And,
can stop and think, hey, this family's been in this town for generations, surely to God, they've done something.
Well, but. I
Well,
would
there's
also- I
certainly
would
been
also
people that
say-
have been in this town less than a couple of years have done something too.
I would also say that honoring one person does not denigrate anyone else.
Indeed, right. But I'm not getting down the weeds into that argument. I don't need it.
Well,
And Joe Hammond doesn't need it. And my thinking was pure and honest. I had no other hidden agenda behind it. And so that's all it was. So, but I'm not gonna, I'll pick my battles. I truly will pick my battles. And this is not the one I wish to pick.
But with what you said, Charlene said, I would love to entertain some sort of Citizen of the Year, and maybe you don't do it annually, maybe you do it every 5 years or something, I don't know. But to support and to honor people
That's a
who
good
have,
point.
over a prolonged period of time, have done nothing but give to the community. It's incumbent upon us to recognize those kind of things and do something, so.
and sometimes people will be missed, but that, again, it doesn't mean, honoring one person does not mean denigrating anybody else.
On Jim's side, just another way is that we do have, if it's still in existence, a program where somebody can buy a park bench or something to put in a park and you can have a plaque put on it. So
I can make it.
there's that way around too.
Put their name in it.
So,
I'm just saying.
We could buy some bricks from the league.
He's already bought half a dozen bricks.
Well,
What was that?
He's throwing his hat.
You're gonna put your those bricks
Good
on
Jimmy
the
Hoffa, we're just making part of the courthouse.
Yes.
Well, the idea has been withdrawn. I think there would be support for it if you want to put it forward, or if you want to do it another time.
No, I know it's gonna happen, so
But
I'm not gonna be tried
There
before
might be
social media.
pushback, but I think that we're tough enough to get past things if we need to, and maybe we should.
Oh, there's other, we don't have to have that go through the commission.
I don't have much to report. I want to say I'm sorry I wasn't at the car show or any of the Memorial Day stuff. I was under the weather, and it would have been inappropriate for me to show up and cough on people. But that's okay. I just want to appreciate the people that did make that go well, and the fact, the fact that it was made a success. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry that I couldn't be there.
we did have a nice flyover from the guys over at First Street. They said they would only have 2 or 3, then it was 5 planes. They did one with a trailing smoke flyover, and then they came back around and did a missing man flyover.
Neat. That's neat. I know one of the guys is in that formation flying, so it's a fascinating type of flying. Okay, item 13, Mr. City Administrator, Pennington City Hall.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, the first item in Phoenix City Hall, I was scheduled to have a report for you prior to this meeting, so you can review it. As it turns out, because the grant is not approved from the state, the urgency was removed. I'm gonna have that report to you by the end of next week, so you can come and review it before July. There are some options that Bobby Morales would suggest need to be answered by you on how best to proceed in picking out the colors and stuff like that. So that report will be coming to you at the end of next week and will be on the July agenda.
Only one question, are you talking about the inside?
Outside.
Exterior.
That's the sheet?
It's cheap, yeah, and, but it will, we do need to do it after we do the windows.
With that,
I mean, obviously.
start with the roof and work your way down.
FRS.
On the FRS update, we have finally received, you call a letter, it was sent out in January, February, protesting the FRS, basically taxing the city, about $20,000 a year for retirement, of which nobody has benefit. And they have now answered that letter, and so now it's incumbent upon us to call them to task for their opinion and position. There are two things that the attorney recommends. One is an informal hearing before the department. The second is a more formal hearing before the Department of Administrative Review, I think it's called Administrative Hearings. And that basically is a administrative judge. We will make the case that they did not go through the rulemaking process to come up with their little homemade rule that says you should be taxed $20,000. And we have a fairly good case for that. But we also need to preserve our rights by going through the departmental review as well. So we have, based on the funds already approved by the commission, we have plenty of funds available for the actions I'm describing. I just want you to know and make sure it's okay with you. We proceed with the argument with FRS. Incidentally, FRS did an audit of our city's operations with respect to that program, and they only had two minor things that we needed to correct. Both, it said very minor, not costing very much at all. And so we were very happy with the fact that at least for everything except our big argument, we're okay. So do I have a consensus that we should proceed?
I'll entertain a motion to proceed as at the city administrator's recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
A motion from Commissioner Vasso, a second from Commissioner Connell to follow the city administrator's recommendation on the legal proceedings in the FRS question. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I have two more items, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, that I want to just briefly touch on the third. We need a budget workshop dates. If any of those dates look good for you, we'd like us simply to call to discuss them individually with you. These are the dates that our finance director can be present with us for our workshop. And then at the workshop, we'll, based on our efforts to that point, we'll know how many additional workshops, if any, we need. So this is the time I'm just looking for one of those dates of June 22, 23, 24, and 30, and July 1 to be our first workshop date.
I'll start the discussion by saying that I am going to be out of town up until, I was hoping for it to be around July 2nd or 3rd. But I can probably make it back by the 1st if I have to, maybe even the 30th if I have to. Whatever we push it, better for me.
Doesn't matter to me.
I'm available the 30th and the 1st only.
I'm available for all of them, although I don't like working on the holiday, the June 22nd. That's a big holiday. Baby Boomer's Day.
Oh, goodness.
Wow. Wow. Typical Roger Eckert humor. That's so you, brother.
I have no conflicts.
Well, but I would, can we do July 1? Yes, July 1, okay?
Seven
Let's
moon
do
works.
July 1.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you. We also need to move the August commission date. Our normally scheduled meeting is the time is going to be at our annual conference in Florida League of Cities, which is the 11th of August. Our suggestion would be that we do it the following week on August 18th.
I just scheduled something from the 15th to the 9th.
Okay, and the other option would be to go earlier by 7 days, which is, yeah, it's too late for that, we'll figure it out.
That's, are you saying it has to stay on Thursday?
No, no. I'm just,
The conference is the whole week,
conference starts on Thursday.
Starts on Thursday.
Yeah.
maybe move it to Wednesday, that way time-wise it's about the same.
I have the Florida League of Mayors starts one day prior to that, so we need to leave it with, move it to at least Tuesday.
Yeah, I wouldn't be here Wednesday either.
I understand we have historically done Tuesday before the meeting.
That would work.
But Tuesday would be good, I think.
Tuesday the ninth.
But is that, Heather?
Okay, city attorney, Don, I think the 9th.
And that's in August, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna back up one more second, though, on the budget workshop. We did not set a time,
It's traditionally the morning, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. Thank you.
Do we get a wake-up call?
No.
So back to the budget work, back to the commission meeting on, we're saying August 9th, Tuesday, August 9th at 7.
The city attorney cannot make that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
We could, how about the previous Tuesday?
This is the 2nd, or that would be Tuesday or the 4th.
August 2nd?
Or go to, or line up the Thursday?
Yeah, if we did it August 4th,
Do that.
would be that Thursday.
Thursday.
August 4th is a Thursday.
I'm okay on the 4th.
I'm okay on the 4th.
Okay. 4th? 4th at 7?
Tennessee is 19th. I'm good in the 4th. This is my budget.
No,
That's for the regular city commission meeting.
August 4th at 7 p.m.
Okay, is that what we're gonna decide on?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
If we're agreeing, Mr. Mayor, the last one, the CDBG people have given us a very short window to submit this year's application. And again, if you recall this year's application, we're going to be in competition with South Daytona Beach and with Orange City for a pool of money of $120,000, of which the maximum grant can be $60,000. There are two projects that I've come up with that I think are viable. This is to help low and moderate income people, sidewalks on Church Street and the Church Street neighborhood. We're always interested in extending our sidewalks. I think that'd be a very viable project. The other is, we've had a bit of a sticker shock with Melissa Park and the cost of the playground equipment. The CDBG people advised that we not put an application in for the playground equipment to supplement what we already have, which is $62,000. But we are allowed to put in something to complement that in Melissa Park. So it would be a project, landscaping, basketball court, lighting, a road right of way, entrance parking, and all be good things to complement in Melissa Park. So our recommendation is, because I'm prejudiced and I want to do Melissa in a very, very good way, that we go with an application for enhancing Melissa outside of the playground area. Now, second choice, in my opinion, would be the sidewalks in the Church Street area.
Sidewalk in the what?
Church Street area.
It
Yeah.
stops right around Joe Smith Road. And then it's nothing to Main Street, and they were wanting to connect to Main Street.
Yeah. Filling any gaps that are in there. Just, I don't have specifics of location, I know Roger mentioned that. But sidewalks are one thing I think we could always use to fill in gaps, put them where they're not now. Eventually, the city should have sidewalks throughout the entire community. And
So you need direction from us on
Yeah.
which way to proceed on this?
And again, my recommendation would be that we put in an application for additional activities within Melissa. And obviously, we'll write up the application, send it in, but I want to send in asking for money that you wouldn't agree is our goal for that, for those funds. If we get them, again, it's a competitive grant. They could have two $60,000 grants they think are just wonderful, and ours wouldn't be one of those, and we would get nothing. I can't imagine them doing that. I think they'll try to spread the money evenly. But I would like to do a grant for Melissa to supplement what we already have.
That's where I would go for me. With Melissa.
Motion? Or can you just do this by consensus, or you want an actual motion?
Consensus is fine.
Melissa for me.
I think, I've seen a lot of nodding heads, you have consensus.
Can I ask a question about that? Or am I able to?
It's 11:14.
Well,
Yes.
we had Parks and Playground committee meeting, and we had a lot of community involvement. And Mr. Evan has said that the park is gonna be finished in October. This is all new to us, because that would run on another annual cycle.
It would
And
be in addition.
it will be an addition, but it hasn't been discussed before. As a matter of fact, he told one of the community residents the other day that our budget was now, instead of $200,000, $250,000. So, I mean, I'm surprised to hear this, because I talked to him last week after the meeting, and this is the first I've heard of trying to, not that I'm against pursuing a grant, saving the money from the city. I just don't know why no one has told us, and we learn about this now.
Well, good answer. We just learned about it ourselves today. This is brand new to us as well. The playground equipment was not forecast to cost anywhere close to that. And I'm sure you can realize, because of now having to do 2 years with the CDGs, the area is not going to be finished by October. The basketball court in. CDBG funds are available, but they are really a pain in the neck. I mean, you can't piggyback. I talked to the county to get some handle on the cost of playground equipment. They traditionally, instead of bidding out, go through these cooperative networks that were mentioned, where other cities bid it nationally, and you can piggyback. Can't do that at CDBG. You gotta go out and do it like you never did before, brand new.
But these bids came back at some 400% of what we
Yeah,
estimated
it
it
just-
to be.
And we're working to say, okay, the bid was approximately $275,000 for the playground. Okay, just
Over the 60.
yeah, 60% of that cost isn't the playground equipment, it's what the kids fall on. It's the foam rubbers or whatever it is. I mean, it's horribly expensive. Now you can put in a cheaper material, county didn't recommend that. He said you can put in mulch, put in sand. They're heavy maintenance items, you always have to go take it back and put it in. He said that it's called pour in place, it's expensive stuff. Much more expensive to start with, but much less in terms of saving maintenance. We can work out the details. I just want to be able to try to get it this grant in by next week. And I wanted to make sure I was applying to what we think is appropriate.
So the playground equipment is 400% more than what we expected it to be.
Now, we also have 6 other companies that we're investigating. We have the bids from the county. So maybe there's opportunity for saving there. There is opportunity for saving materials. But we have two playground pieces of equipment we took out of the park originally, and we had powder coated, sandblasted powder coated then. They're ready to go back in. They're antique. They don't make them anymore. They do be playground standards. So we have those. We can eliminate some of the other ones. There's ways we can save money from what we have right now.
You know, we, ever since I've been on this commission, I know both you guys longer than me, it's always been Melissa. And we have I don't remember the name of the ARPA fund, what is it called?
Yeah, the ARPA funds, and I was thinking the same thing.
You know, do we just make this happen and make this work for that? Because, you know, that's just, it's been a discussion and roadblock after roadblock. And we have a method of paving over the roadblocks for that piece up there.
First thing I heard is I would procrastinated on Melissa for 25 years. And so one of my goals is always going to be Melissa.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, we have not discussed using any of the ARPA funds, and there's $990,000. I have tentatively set aside 100 of that to go to Melissa, but that really hasn't been approved by you yet. So we do have those funds. I don't want to have, even though the CDBG funds are paying in that, having that available to us. But my goal with your obviously approval is to end up with Melissa as a beautiful showcase park that we be. It's probably about the same size, not a little larger than this.
That'd be a really good use, and I would think I'd appreciate being able to, at the budget workshop, speak with Zach to see if there's some type of creative way that we can go ahead and use that. Just hang on, let me finish. And then extend it, and then, not advertise it, but extend it into the fiscal year 2022, 2023 as well too. Because we're going to be talking about budgeting and manipulating our numbers and all that then too. But I believe it's going to be a fiduciary and wise use of the funds, especially. That's only because it's 25 years.
Yeah.
And it shows how much the city cares to do it this way.
Mr. Bassett?
I'm done, thank you.
Are you telling me that the reason it costs so much is because of the city?
No, it's frustrating that you have to spend basically soft costs for RFPs and engineering that you wouldn't have to have if you could piggyback on somebody else.
Yeah, what does that have to do with the equipment cost too?
Very little. Very little.
So are you forced to go through a certain vendor in order to do that?
No. So there are ways we could lower the costs I'm talking about today by exploring other vendors, exploring other options of toys, or what do you call them? Because we have, I think, 5 or 6 different pieces in there. But we also have the 2 I mentioned, the historic ones. They could be substituted, and probably should be, because they're designed to go there anyway. But this just came in today, and it was just a bit of a sticker shock. And we have to make a decision on what are we going to use the CDBG funds next year. I think Melissa would be a good candidate, because we do need landscape plan, we do need the basketball court, we do need right of ways, parking and all that when we end up, so it's all finished, not just dirt.
I agree with you. We were looking at ARPA funds and how to spend them. We've put together some ways to get citizen input on that, because you asked us to. and that's good. We need to get citizen input. But I think also we as a commission can spend that money. That is our job. And I think making this Melissa Park come to fruition needs to happen.
It's a promise made, should be a promise kept.
I agree, absolutely. And as city administrator said, this kind of caught us out of left field today. Just very recently, we haven't really put together everything we need to address this new challenge. But I think we can have all our ducks in a row by the next meeting and get back on track.
Can I make a suggestion?
And
I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but maybe we could use the CARES Act money funds for Melissa, I know, and then take the CDBG grant and apply for the refurbishment of the shuffleboard court building.
No, you can't do that. CDBG is very, specific,
Very specific as far as.
with low-income neighborhoods and things like that.
low, moderate.
You can make the argument that could be about anywhere in the city, but.
Several months back, there was a discussion about funds, I'm not sure where the funds were coming from, and we allocated $200,000 towards Melissa Park.
I
Yes.
don't recall that.
I don't recall that.
That money coming.
That was I think you're referring to the discussion I had with the playground people. That's what I was budgeting, for, but that's not been approved by the commission.
Well, let's put this together, put our heads together on this and do a good solid proposal for next week.
I'll do the CDBG grant for Melissa for some separate project.
And I think there may well be some consensus up here, if I'm not just reading the room.
I know
So
one
putting
thing,
some ARPA money towards getting Melissa done.
I know one thing, I didn't spend $4 million on equipment in there and then have people in the neighborhood who are going to use that equipment go, you spent how much money on this? Man, I'd much rather done X, Y, or Z. And so, I would continue to explore. We picked the only avenue we could, and I just can't believe that stuff's that much money.
We didn't choose that. We haven't seen.
We haven't decided. If the city administrator can find other vendors with that same level of equipment, the same safety levels, liability also goes to that for us as well. too.
That's right.
And so we're not, that's worst case, maybe not worst case scenario, we don't know yet, but let's explore other vendors and let's get an idea what this is going to cost. This can be done.
How many just opened bids, for playground equipment? They have 4 playgrounds that they're working with, $750,000. Yeah, so.
We're in the wrong business.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
That's 3/4 of the liability.
One last thing from Commissioner Eck.
This is very important and very serious, and I talked with Lee about it the other day a little bit. I've been receiving a lot of calls and people talking with me and everything, and they're very upset with the management of the city and the way it's going. And I would say over 50% of the people want us to remove the city administrator from his position and replace him. So I just want everybody to know that the city is not, liking our current city administrator. So.
Have you guys heard anything? Have you guys had the level of reports besides Mr. Eckert?
I've had one conversation from a very disgruntled person, but I would not give it any weight.
Well, I've had a few conversations, but I wouldn't say 50%. There's definitely folks out there that probably will never be satisfied with your work, or perhaps the work of either replacement city administrator, but I wouldn't say it's 50%, Commissioner Eckert.
50% of the people I've talked to, and it may have only been that I've talked to 25% of the population.
Well, it's even smaller number yet.
Yeah,
But
I don't,
still,
but you have every right to bring it to the commission.
the citizens.
Oh, I agree.
The citizens aren't appreciative of some of them.
Well, that means you
The
must
way
be
that
doing
they've
something.
been treated and
Just
the way
people
things
want
are
to do
going.
Then I would suggest that if it was me, this is what I've done on the occasions that I've had that same conversation, please write your comments down so we can make it part of a public record, so we can bring it here to the commission, so we can address it transparently within the public and in front of the city administrator. Give me your reasons, and then we'll discuss it as a professional commission in front of everybody.
And that's a reasonable way to proceed and a good suggestion, but you also have every right to bring it.
True that. I'm not getting after you. I'm not getting after you. This is what I say to the folks who get after me about Mr. Evans. Put it in writing. Let's talk about it as a group.
Just real quick, it goes back to the car show because two South Club members and a friend did flags for the, for the show and actually for the youth, for the Legion. They carried the flags on horseback, so it was pretty cool. I hope it.
That's nice.
Yeah, you have to look at Tina Jett's website to see the videos and all the pictures.
Appreciate that. I will say, that probably 6, 8 times during the meeting tonight, people raise their hand and want to make comments. It really, I just can't run a meeting that way. I appreciate your interest in everything, and none of your comments are bad. It's just a very difficult way to run a meeting.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's nothing personal, and it's nothing about anything you said. It's just, it makes it very difficult for you to run a meeting. Thank you, everybody. Good night. Meeting adjourned.
Okay.
All right, y'all. Hey, good meeting. Good